This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still remember the sounds clearest of all. Not the screams or the gunfire, but the beginning. Those sharp cracks that sounded like firecrackers. That's what we all thought at first. Just some celebration outside. Maybe a wedding party getting carried away. That's how normal everything felt until it wasn't. It was November 26, 2008, a Wednesday. I was 24 and had been floor supervisor at the Taj for almost 3 years. I loved that job. The Taj wasn't just a hotel, it was an institution, the crown jewel of Mumbai. Every morning walking through those doors felt special, like being part of something greater than yourself. That night started like any other. I came on shift at 4 in the afternoon, went through the handover briefing, checked reservations, assigned staff to their stations. We had several VIPs staying. Business executives, some European tourists, a few Americans. The hotel was nearly at capacity, which wasn't unusual for that time of year. Tourist season was good to us. Around 9:30, I was at the main reception desk, reviewing the guest list for an event scheduled the next day, when I heard the first pops. Pop, 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 distant, but getting louder. My colleague Arian looked at me and smiled. Someone's celebrating early tonight. I nodded, but something felt off. The sounds were getting closer, more regular. Then came the first scream from the direction of the restaurant. I'll never forget the moment I realized what was happening. A man in black clothing appeared at the far end of the lobby, raising what I now know was an AK-47. The sound wasn't like in movies. It was sharper, impossibly loud in that marble-floored space. The first spray of bullets hit the chandelier above, sending crystals raining down. Then he lowered his aim. People scattered, running in every direction. I ducked behind the reception desk, pulling 2 guests who had been checking in down with me. An older American couple. The woman was sobbing, the man trying to shush her. More gunfire, more screams. The marble floor made everything echo, disorienting me completely. I peered around the edge of the desk. 2 more men had entered, all dressed in black, carrying large backpacks and weapons. They were shooting methodically, not wildly. They weren't shouting or running. That's what made it so terrifying, how calm they seemed, like they were just doing a job. There were bodies on the floor already, staff members I knew, guests I had greeted earlier that day. Blood was spreading across the pristine white marble. I pulled back behind the desk, my hands shaking so badly I could barely function. The American woman was whispering prayers. Her husband had his arm around her, his face completely blank with shock. I had my mobile in my pocket. With trembling fingers, I pulled it out and dialed emergency services. The call connected, but the line was chaotic. They were getting flooded with calls. I whispered our location, that we were under attack by multiple gunmen, that there were casualties. The operator told me help was coming, but I needed to stay hidden. After I hung up, I realized we couldn't stay there. The reception desk was too exposed. The gunmen were moving through the lobby systematically now. I could hear them speaking to each other in a language I didn't understand completely. It sounded like Urdu, but I couldn't be sure. They were checking behind furniture, shooting anyone they found. I knew the hotel better than almost anyone. There was a service corridor about 20 meters away, behind a door marked staff only. If we could reach it, we might be able to access the back areas of the hotel where there were places to hide and alternative exits. I whispered to the American couple, "We need to move. When I say go, we're going to run to that door over there. Stay low. Don't look back." The woman looked terrified, but her husband nodded grimly. I counted to 3, and we moved. Those 20 meters felt like crossing an entire desert. My legs were lead. Every step seemed to echo. Halfway there, one of the gunmen shouted something. Gunfire erupted behind us. I heard the American man grunt, but he kept moving. We reached the door, and I fumbled with my key card, swiping it frantically. The light turned green, and we tumbled through, slamming it behind us. In the dim corridor, I saw blood soaking through the American man's shirt at his shoulder. "I'm okay," he insisted, though his face had gone ashen. His wife was struggling to keep him upright. We weren't alone. Several other guests and staff members had found their way to the service corridors. A British businessman, 3 Indian families, a few of my colleagues. Everyone was panicking, some crying, others in shock. I recognized Priya from housekeeping, her uniform spattered with blood that wasn't hers. "What's happening?" she asked me, as if I would somehow have answers. "Terrorists," was all I could say. The word felt strange in my mouth, like something from news reports about other places, other people's nightmares. We needed to keep moving. The gunmen would check these areas eventually. I led the group deeper into the hotel's back corridors, toward a staff break room that had sturdy doors and few windows. Along the way, we encountered more terrified guests and staff. Our group grew to about 15 people. The break room was already occupied when we arrived. 2 security guards and a handful of kitchen staff. They helped us barricade the door with a refrigerator and some tables. Someone found a first aid kit and began tending to the American man's wound. It was a through and through in his upper shoulder. Painful but not life-threatening if we could stop the bleeding. Through the walls, we could hear the attack continuing. Gunfire, explosions, screams. Someone had a radio, and we learned that this wasn't just happening at the Taj. There were coordinated attacks across Mumbai, including at the Oberoi Hotel and the Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus, the main railway station. Time became strange, stretching and compressing. Minutes felt like hours. We sat in near darkness, jumping at every sound. My phone kept buzzing with messages from family and friends, asking if I was safe, but I was afraid to respond in case the light or sound gave us away. I managed one brief text to my parents, "Hiding, safe for now, don't call." Around 11 o'clock, the hotel's PA system crackled to life. A voice spoke in accented English. "Attention all guests, the situation is now under control. Hindu guests may exit safely if they identify themselves to our security team. We need to evacuate Hindus first for their protection." Several people in our hiding place looked hopeful, but the security guards shook their heads fiercely. "It's them," one whispered. "They're trying to flush people out." The voice continued. "Any Hindu guests hiding Western foreigners should come forward now. Your cooperation will be rewarded with safe passage. If you are found concealing Americans or British citizens, you will be shot." I felt sick. There were 5 Western guests in our group, the American couple, the British businessman, and 2 European women whose nationality I wasn't sure of. They looked terrified. Everyone looked at me, waiting for a decision. "We stay together," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "They're lying. Nobody leaves." Not everyone agreed. A middle-aged Indian man I didn't know argued that we should at least send out the Hindu members of our group. "They said they'd let us go," he insisted. "Why should we die for these foreigners?" I'll never forget the British businessman's face when he heard that. The resignation, the understanding that his life was being weighed and measured against others. "Perhaps I should just go," he said quietly. "I don't want anyone to die because of me." "No," I said firmly. "Nobody is going anywhere. Those men out there are killers. They won't spare anyone." The arguing continued in whispers, but ultimately nobody left. We huddled in that room as the night wore on. Occasionally we'd hear footsteps passing in the corridor outside, and everyone would freeze, barely breathing. Twice someone tried the door handle. We'd piled furniture against it, but it wouldn't have held against a determined attack. Fortunately, whoever it was moved on. Around 1 in the morning, we heard a massive explosion somewhere in the building. The walls shook, and plaster dust filtered down from the ceiling. Later, we learned they'd set bombs in some of the upper floor suites. By 3 a.m., smoke was seeping under the door. Parts of the hotel were burning. The air in our hiding place was getting thick and hard to breathe. We wet cloths with water from the break room sink and covered our mouths and noses. The American man was feverish by this point, his wound looking angry and red despite our basic first aid. His wife kept looking at me with pleading eyes, as if I could somehow fix this, make it all go away. I felt utterly helpless. Dawn came, though we could barely tell in our windowless room. The sounds of gunfire had become more sporadic but hadn't stopped entirely. Now we could hear new voices, shouted commands that sounded like police or military. Indian security forces had arrived in force, but the battle was still ongoing. We remained hidden all through that day. People dozed fitfully, startling awake at every noise. We shared the meager food and water available in the break room. The American man's condition was deteriorating. He needed a hospital. Around 4 in the afternoon of the 27th, nearly 19 hours after it all began, we heard sustained gunfire very close by, followed by an explosion. Then silence. 10 minutes later, there were voices in the corridor, but these were different. Organized, professional, military boots on tile. "National Security Guard. Is anyone there? Call out if you can hear us." We were afraid to respond at first, thinking it might be another trick. But they kept coming closer, checking rooms systematically. When we finally opened our barricaded door, I nearly collapsed with relief at the sight of the commandos in their black uniforms. They evacuated us quickly, urging us to keep our heads down, stay together, move fast. As we made our way through the hotel corridors I had walked thousands of times before, I barely recognized the place. Everything was destroyed. Bullet holes riddled the walls. Broken glass crunched underfoot. Water from sprinklers and fire hoses had flooded many areas, mixing with blood to create pink puddles. The beautiful paintings, the antique furniture, the grandeur, all destroyed. The lobby was unrecognizable. Where the chandelier had hung was now just a hole in the ceiling with wires dangling down. The marble floor was covered in debris, shell casings, and worse things I don't want to describe. Outside, the sunlight was blinding after so many hours in darkness. Ambulances waited. Police and military vehicles surrounded the building. Crowds had gathered behind barricades. Camera crews filmed everything. The American man was taken immediately to a waiting ambulance, his wife climbing in beside him. I gave my statement to police, then finally called my parents. My mother sobbed when she heard my voice. They had been watching the news for nearly 24 hours, not knowing if I was alive or dead. The attack on Mumbai lasted 3 days in total. 174 people died, including 9 of the 10 terrorists. 29 of those deaths were at the Taj. Some of them were my colleagues, people I had worked with every day. Some were guests I had welcomed personally. It's been 15 years, but certain things still bring it all rushing back. The sound of fireworks makes me drop to the ground. Slamming doors send me into panic attacks. I can't watch action movies anymore. The gunfire sounds too real. My daughter was born 3 years after the attack. She's 12 now, and for most of her life, she didn't understand why her father sometimes freezes at loud noises, or why I insist on sitting with my back to the wall in restaurants, or why I check for exit routes everywhere we go. I finally told her the whole story last year. She listened silently, then hugged me and didn't let go for a long time. The Taj reopened less than a month after the attack. They restored everything, made it beautiful again. I haven't been back inside. I can't. That night took something from me that I'll never get back. Not just friends and colleagues, but a sense of safety in the world. Sometimes I still dream about those 20 meters across the lobby, running for the service door, expecting a bullet in my back with every step. Sometimes in the dream, I don't make it. Story 2. I still get chills thinking about what happened that summer day in Savannah. It was July of 1958, one of those brutally hot Georgia afternoons where your shirt sticks to your back the second you step outside. I'd been working the docks as a stevedore for almost 7 years by then. Hard work, but steady pay, and I enjoyed the camaraderie with the fellas. That particular day, we were unloading a shipment from the Philippines, mostly bananas. People don't realize bananas don't come in those neat little bunches you see at the grocery store. They arrive still attached to these massive branches, all packed together in wooden crates. The smell is something else, sweet but with this earthy undertone that fills the whole warehouse. I was working with Freddie that day. Good guy, but Lord, could he talk your ear off. We'd been partnered together before, and I knew his routine. He'd ramble on about his wife's cooking or his kids' baseball games, barely paying attention to what his hands were doing. The boss had warned him about it before, but old habits die hard. We were wearing those thick, elbow-length rubber gloves they issued us for banana shipments. Not because the fruit was dangerous, but because of what might be hiding in there. See, these tropical shipments were infamous for bringing in unwanted passengers. Scorpions, snakes, and worst of all, spiders. Big ones. The kind you only see in nightmares or nature documentaries. I was always careful, methodically checking each bunch before grabbing it. But Freddie, he'd just reach in blind while his mouth kept running. That day, he was going on about his daughter's piano recital while we worked our way through a particularly large crate. "I'm telling you, Joe, she's a natural. Teacher says she might be ready for that competition in Atlanta by Christmas if she keeps practicing," Freddie was saying, his hands moving automatically while his mind was clearly at home with his family. I was about to respond when I saw it, moving up his right arm. A tarantula unlike any I'd seen before, and we'd seen plenty come through the port. This one was massive, probably the size of a man's hand, with thick hairy legs in this disturbing reddish-brown color. It was using Freddie's arm like a highway, steadily crawling upward while he remained oblivious. My voice caught in my throat for a second. When I finally managed to speak, it came out as a hoarse whisper. "Freddie, don't move." He kept talking, didn't register my warning. "Freddie," I said louder, "there's a spider on your arm, a big one. Don't move." He froze mid-sentence, his eyes going wide. Then he made the worst possible mistake. He looked down at his arm. The sudden movement of his head startled the spider, and instead of fleeing away from him like they usually do, this monster scurried upward. It disappeared inside his sleeve for a second. Freddie let out this nervous yelp, shaking his arm frantically. That's when everything went to hell. The tarantula, probably terrified itself, shot out from his collar and leaped directly at his face. I'll never forget the sound Freddie made. It wasn't just fear, it was pure terror, primal and raw, the kind of scream that makes your blood turn to ice. I'd heard men yell from injuries before, seen guys get their fingers crushed by crates, but this was different. This was a man who thought he was about to die. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, an old broom leaning against the wall, but Freddie was already swatting wildly at his face. The spider went flying across the room, disappearing somewhere among the crates. Freddie bolted for the door, and I chased after him. When we got outside into the sunlight, I grabbed his shoulder to stop him. That's when I noticed the puncture marks. 2 distinct holes on his left cheek with angry red skin already swelling around them. The tarantula had gotten him. "Freddie, hold still," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, even though my heart was racing. "Let me see your face." He looked confused for a moment, then reached up and touched his cheek. His fingers came away with a tiny smear of blood. The realization hit him like a freight train. "It bit me," he said, his voice eerily flat. "The spider bit me." Then his eyes rolled back and he crumpled to the ground before I could catch him. I thought he was dead. Right there, I genuinely believed I'd just watched a man die from spider venom. "Help!" I shouted, my voice echoing across the dockyard. "Man down! We need help over here!" Workers from nearby ships and warehouses came running. I was babbling, trying to explain what happened while checking Freddie's pulse. He was alive, but his face was swelling up something fierce, the skin around the bite turning an ugly purplish color. "There's a massive tarantula loose in Warehouse 3, I told them. "From the Philippines shipment. It just bit Freddie in the face." That's when the panic started. Someone shouted that Philippine tarantulas were deadly poisonous. Another guy claimed his cousin had died from a spider bite years back. Within minutes, half the dock workers were fleeing the area, while others were grabbing whatever tools they could find, forming impromptu hunting parties to track down the spider. One of the older guys, Mike from shipping, had the sense to call an ambulance for Freddie, who was still unconscious but breathing raggedly. His face had swollen to nearly twice its normal size, the bite area now dark purple and weeping some kind of clear fluid. I stayed with him while chaos erupted around us. Some fellas were refusing to go back into any of the warehouses. Others were demanding the whole shipment be dumped in the harbor. A group of about 5 men armed with brooms and shovels ventured into Warehouse 3 to find the spider, making more noise than a marching band. The ambulance arrived about 20 minutes later. As they loaded Freddie in, his eyes fluttered open. He couldn't talk because of the swelling, but the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. I promised I'd check on him later and let his wife know what happened. By then, Mr. Hargrove, the dock supervisor, had arrived. He took one look at the situation, men refusing to work, others hunting through crates with makeshift weapons, and made a decision. "We're shutting down for the day," he announced. "Everyone out of the warehouses now. I'm calling animal control." There were complaints about lost wages, but nobody really wanted to go back to work with a potentially deadly spider on the loose. I explained to Mr. Hargrove exactly what had happened, and he turned pale when I described the size of the tarantula. "I've been working these docks for 25 years, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "And every year these foreign shipments bring in more nasty surprises. Last month it was snakes in the coffee beans from Brazil." The animal control folks arrived about an hour later. 2 young guys who looked like they'd be more comfortable handling stray cats than exotic spiders. They, suited up with thick gloves and boots, armed themselves with special containers, and entered the warehouse with nervous expressions. We all waited outside, trading theories about the spider. Some said Philippine tarantulas could jump 6 feet. Others swore their venom could kill a man in under an hour. Looking back, I realize most of it was just fear talking, but at the time, every word seemed absolutely true. After what felt like forever, the animal control guys emerged empty-handed. "We found evidence of spider activity," one explained, "but no tarantula. It's probably hiding deep in the crates. We'll need to come back tomorrow with more specialized equipment." Mr. Hargrove didn't like that answer. "So what are we supposed to do? We can't just leave a killer spider loose in there." The solution they came up with was fumigation. The entire warehouse would be sealed and gassed overnight. We were told to report back the next morning when it would supposedly be safe. I couldn't sleep that night. Kept seeing that monster leaping at Freddy's face, hearing that terrible scream. I called the hospital around 9 in the evening and was relieved to learn Freddy was stable. The swelling had started to go down, and the doctors were confident he'd recover, though they were keeping him for observation. When I returned to work the next morning, the warehouse had this sickly sweet chemical smell that made my eyes water. Animal control was back, methodically checking between crates with long-handled mirrors. Around 10 o'clock, they called us over. There it was, curled up in death. Even dead, that tarantula was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. Its legs spanned wider than my outstretched hand, covered in thick brownish-red hair. 2 massive fangs protruded from its head, and its body was bulbous and alien-looking. One of the animal control guys carefully placed it in a specimen jar. "This is actually a rare species," he said, sounding weirdly excited. "A Mindanao giant. They're not usually this aggressive unless threatened." Mr. Hargrove just shook his head. "I don't care if it's the last of its kind. It had no business being on my docks." We got back to work, though everyone was jumpy for days afterward. Every shadow, every movement in the corner of your eye had you thinking the dead spider had friends. I visited Freddy in the hospital that evening. His face was still swollen, with an ugly bruise spreading across his cheek, but he could talk again. "Doc says I'm lucky," he told me, his voice raspy. "The venom isn't as deadly as people think, but I could have had a bad allergic reaction. They're keeping me another night just to be safe." To everyone's surprise, Freddy was back at work 3 days later. His face still showed the bite marks, now scabbed over, but he insisted on returning to his job. "Can't let a little spider scare me off," he said, though I noticed he wore 2 pairs of gloves and checked every crate with almost obsessive care. The strangest part? For all his usual chatter, Freddy never talked about the incident itself, not once. If someone brought it up, he'd change the subject or suddenly remember work he needed to do elsewhere. But sometimes, when we were working alone, I'd catch him staring off into space, his hand unconsciously touching the scars on his cheek. And in those moments, I knew he was reliving it just like I still do. That terrible second when the tarantula leaped at his face, and he let out that scream I'll never forget. It's been more than 60 years now, but I still check my bananas carefully at the grocery store. Some fears never leave you, no matter how much time passes. And whenever my grandkids ask about my time working the docks in Savannah, that's the story that always comes to mind first. The day a stowaway spider from the Philippines taught me just how quickly an ordinary workday can turn into a nightmare. Story 3. I've been working up the courage to share this for almost 2 years. I still get sick to my stomach thinking about it, and I've lost 2 of my closest friends because of what happened. But I need to tell someone. It was a Friday night in August, nothing special about the date. Just another girls' night out with Tara and Jenny, something we'd been doing almost every other weekend since college. We're all 29 now, or at least we were then. God, it feels like a lifetime ago. The three of us had this routine. We'd start at the Midnight Lounge downtown, not the fanciest place in Riverview, but they had these huge fishbowl cocktails for like $12 that we'd split between us. Way cheaper than starting the night at one of those overpriced rooftop bars. The plan was always the same. Pre-game at the lounge for about an hour, then hit 2 or 3 better clubs afterward. That night was hot. I remember sweating as soon as we stepped out of the Uber. Jenny was wearing this new red dress she wouldn't shut up about, and Tara had her hair done differently. These beachy waves that honestly looked amazing on her. I'd known these girls for almost a decade. Tara since freshman orientation. Jenny since sophomore year when we ended up as roommates after my first one dropped out. We got to the lounge around 10:30. The place wasn't packed yet, but there was a decent crowd. The music was this generic EDM stuff, nothing special, but the drinks were flowing and we grabbed our usual spot near the back wall. We ordered our fishbowl, blue raspberry that night I think, and caught up on life. Jenny had just started seeing this new guy from her office. Tara was complaining about her boss again, normal stuff. About 40 minutes in, after we'd killed the fishbowl and each had a shot of tequila, Jenny suggested we hit the dance floor before moving on to the next place. The DJ had switched to some hip-hop remix that Tara loved, so we made our way to the center of the floor. That's when these 3 guys approached us. Not in a creepy way or anything, just normal dudes looking to dance. One had a beard and was clearly into Jenny right away. The second guy was tall with glasses, and he gravitated toward Tara. The third guy ended up next to me, younger than the others, maybe mid-20s, with this faded blue button-up shirt and nice smile. I wasn't looking for anything that night, but he was cute, and we started dancing together. Nothing crazy, just moving to the beat, occasional eye contact, that kind of thing. After a couple songs, we all formed this loose circle, me, my 2 friends, and the 3 guys. We were all laughing, having a good time. My dance partner asked my name. I told him. His was Mike or Mark, something with an M. I honestly don't remember now, which is strange because I remember every other detail of what happened next with this sickening clarity. I was directly across from Tara in our little dance circle. She was doing this little shoulder shimmy thing she always does, laughing at something Glasses guy said. Her face was flushed from dancing and drinking. Normal, so completely normal. And then it wasn't. It happened so fast, but also felt like slow motion. 1 second Tara was just Tara, my best friend. The girl who held my hair back when I puked after finals week, who cried with me through breakups, who I'd shared an apartment with for 3 years after college. The next second, she, God, even typing this makes my hands shake. She flickered, like a glitch in a video game or a bad TV signal. Just for an instant, her image sort of stuttered, like reality hiccuped. When she came back into focus, she wasn't Tara anymore. She was taller, much taller. My dance partner was probably 5'11", and suddenly Tara was towering over him by a full head and shoulders. But that wasn't the worst part, not even close. Her face, it wasn't human. Her skin had changed to this greenish-gray texture with a pattern of scales or plates. Her eyes were huge, yellow gold with vertical pupils like a reptile. Her jaw extended forward into this muzzle or snout, not quite like a crocodile, not quite like a dinosaur, but something horrifically in between. Her whole body had changed proportion, still bipedal, but more muscular, more predatory. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. couldn't scream. It was like my brain short-circuited trying to process what I was seeing. The music kept pounding, people kept dancing, but in our little circle, time had stopped. I glanced at my dance partner and saw pure horror on his face. All the blood had drained away, leaving him ghost white. His eyes were wide, fixed on Tara, and his mouth hung slightly open. He saw it too. Whatever it was, he saw it. We both took a step back from the circle at the same time. Our eyes met for a split second, and there was this moment of terrible understanding between us. A shared, "What the fuck was that?" without words. The next instant he turned and bolted, just straight up ran for the exit, leaving his friends behind. I don't blame him. Part of me wanted to run too, but these were my friends. Tara was my friend. There had to be an explanation. Some trick of the light, some hallucination from whatever was in that blue fishbowl drink. Something logical, something that made sense in a world where people don't suddenly transform into reptilian monsters on a dance floor. I stumbled back to our table and sat down hard. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even pick up my water glass. From there, I could see the dance circle continuing. Tara was back to normal, regular height, regular human Tara, laughing and dancing like nothing had happened. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes, just watching, searching for projectors, weird lighting effects, anything that could explain what I'd seen. But the Midnight Lounge isn't some high-tech place. It's just a basic club with standard lights and speakers. There was nothing that could have created what I saw. Eventually, I told Jenny I had a migraine coming on and needed to go home. I couldn't even look at Tara directly. Jenny offered to come with me, but I insisted she stay and have fun. I couldn't stand the thought of being alone with either of them right then. I took an Uber home and spent the whole ride trying not to throw up. When I got to my apartment, I double-locked the door, something I'd never felt the need to do before. I didn't sleep at all that night, just sat on my couch with all the lights on, jumping at every sound, wondering if I was losing my mind. For the next month, I made excuses to avoid them both. Said I was swamped at work, had family stuff going on, whatever I could think of. I ignored group texts and declined calls. I needed time to process, to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. But I kept thinking about my dance partner's face. He saw it too. That wasn't shared hallucination, that was shared terror. When I finally agreed to meet up with them, it was just coffee on a Sunday afternoon. Safe, public, daylight. Jenny acted normal, just concerned I'd been distant. Tara was different, quieter, watching me. I tried to joke about that night, saying something like, "Last time we went out got weird, huh? I think something was off in that fishbowl drink." Jenny laughed it off, but Tara just stared at me and asked, "What do you mean, weird? What happened?" The way she asked it, so direct, so intense, made my skin crawl. It wasn't curiosity, it was assessment. I backpedaled, said I just had a weird reaction to the alcohol, got disoriented. She kept pressing. "Did you see something? That night on the dance floor, did you see something strange?" I lied, said no, just felt sick, that's all. But my voice shook, and we both knew I was lying. After that, things were never the same. Our group hangouts got fewer and farther between. Jenny started dating that guy seriously, and was around less. Tara and I just drifted, or rather, I deliberately drifted away from her. Every time I looked at her, I'd get flashes of what I saw that night. The last time I saw her was 6 months ago at a mutual friend's birthday dinner. She cornered me in the bathroom and just flat out asked, "You saw me change, didn't you?" Her voice was so calm, so matter of fact. I pretended I didn't know what she meant, washed my hands for way too long, and left without really answering. I haven't seen her since. I've spent countless hours researching since then. Mass hallucinations, psychotic breaks, the effects of certain drugs that might have been slipped into drinks. Nothing fits. And I keep coming back to one fact: that guy saw it too. I've gone back to the midnight lounge a few times, always alone, always sober, hoping to spot him there. To confirm I'm not crazy, he's never shown up. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if Tara is something else, something pretending to be human. I don't know if there are others like her. All I know is what I saw, what he saw, and that for a split second, reality broke open and showed me something that shouldn't exist. I haven't been to a club since, haven't danced, haven't had a fishbowl cocktail. I've moved to a different part of town and changed my number. I've told no one else about this until now. Sometimes I almost convince myself it never happened. But then I'll catch a reflection in a window or a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision. And for just a heartbeat, I'm back on that dance floor, watching my best friend flicker and transform into something ancient and terrifying. And I wonder if she's looking for me. Story 4. Lyra and I had been living together for almost 2 years in this cute little apartment in Pasadena. Nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom place with decent natural light that we decorated with thrift, store finds and plants. So many plants. Lyra was amazing with them. She had this small jungle growing on our balcony and windowsills. We weren't best friends or anything when we first moved in together. She answered my Craigslist ad when my previous roommate moved out, but we clicked immediately. She was this incredibly talented artist, always sketching in these leather-bound journals she carried everywhere. She'd studied art in college but was working as a graphic designer for some marketing firm. I work at a coffee shop, have for years. Nothing glamorous, but it pays the bills. Our apartment had this easy vibe. I'm more of a neat freak, handling most of the cleaning, while Lyra took care of our little urban garden and added creative touches everywhere. She'd painted this gorgeous mural in our living room, a forest scene with hidden animals you'd only notice if you looked closely. That's all gone now. The new tenant probably painted over it. Everything changed 3 months ago when Lyra announced she was taking 2 weeks off to go to Bolivia for an ayahuasca retreat. I didn't even know what ayahuasca was. She tried explaining it. Some kind of plant medicine that indigenous people use in ceremonies, supposed to be this profound spiritual experience. She'd been researching it for months, said it would help with her creative blockage. I remember teasing her about just needing a vacation, not some weird jungle drug. I wish I'd done more research. I wish I'd tried harder to talk her out of it. Maybe things would be different. While she was gone, I kept things running at the apartment, watered her plants, fed her fish. I was honestly excited for her to come back and tell me all about her trip. We'd often stay up late drinking wine while she'd tell me about the people she met at art shows or the weird clients at her job. The day she was supposed to come home, I cleaned the apartment, bought her favorite snacks, even put fresh flowers on the kitchen table. When I heard her key in the lock, I rushed to the door, but the person who walked in wasn't the Lyra I knew. She looked wrong. Her skin was pale and kind of waxy, with dark circles under her eyes. Her hair, which she usually kept in this cute bob, was greasy and tangled. But it was her eyes that really freaked me out. They seemed empty, like she was looking through me instead of at me. I asked about her trip, trying to act normal, and she just mumbled something about it being transformative. in this flat voice I didn't recognize. Then she went straight to her room and closed the door. I figured she was just jet-lagged or something. I told myself she'd be back to normal after a good night's sleep. She wasn't. The first week after she got back, she barely left her room. When she did, she'd shuffle around like a zombie, not speaking unless spoken to. She called in sick to work all week. Her plants started dying because she'd stopped taking care of them. I tried watering them, but I don't have her green thumb. When I asked if she was okay, she'd just nod and say she was adjusting or processing. I suggested she see a doctor, thinking maybe she'd caught something in Bolivia, but she just gave me this creepy smile and said, "It's not that kind of sickness." The second week was when things got really weird. I woke up in the middle of the night to get some water and found Lyra in the kitchen. She was standing in front of the open refrigerator, shoving handfuls of raw ground beef into her mouth, just eating it straight from the package with her bare hands. When she saw me, she didn't even try to explain. She just stared at me, her chin dripping with bloody meat juice, and then went back to her room. The next morning I tried to bring it up, asked if she was feeling all right. She acted like it never happened, said she slept through the night. I thought maybe I dreamed it, but then I checked the fridge and the package of ground beef I'd bought for dinner was empty in the trash. Lyra had been vegetarian for the 6 years since college. She once cried when she accidentally ate a Caesar salad with real anchovies in the dressing. She stopped showering. This awful smell started coming from her room like wet dirt and something rotting. She lost weight rapidly, her clothes hanging off her frame. Her skin started looking almost gray. I'd catch her staring at the wall for hours, not moving, not blinking enough. And then there were the jars. I came home from work one day to find mason jars lined up on our kitchen counter, each filled with live insects, crickets, beetles, even what looked like cockroaches. I asked her what they were for, and she just said snacks in this matter-of-fact way that made my skin crawl. That night, I heard crunching sounds coming from her room. I wish I hadn't looked. I wish I hadn't opened her door, but I did. And she was sitting cross-legged on her bed, grabbing insects from one of the jars and eating them alive, crunching them between her teeth. Some were still moving in her hand as she brought them to her mouth. I slammed the door and threw up in the bathroom. The next day, I called her parents. They lived in Oregon, and I'd met them once when they visited. I told them something was seriously wrong with Lyra, that she needed help. They seemed concerned, but not alarmed, saying she'd gone through phases before. They promised to call her. Later that night, Lyra confronted me, furious that I'd called her family. It was the most emotion I'd seen from her since she'd returned. She screamed that I didn't understand what she was going through, that something had chosen her in Bolivia, and now she had to prepare her vessel. Those were her exact words. I remember because they've been echoing in my head ever since. That same night, I noticed all the mirrors in our apartment had been covered, some with towels, others with pieces of paper taped over them. When I asked why, she just said, "They can see through them." I didn't ask who they were. Her sketchbooks, which used to be filled with beautiful drawings, now contained nothing but black scribbles, page after page of violent, heavy charcoal marks, pressing so hard that some pages were torn. Some pages had what looked like words in a language I didn't recognize. The scratching was the worst. She'd scratch at her bedroom door at night, for hours sometimes, not like she was trying to get out, more like she was trying to dig through the wood with her fingernails. In the morning, I'd find splinters under the door and blood smeared on the frame. I was terrified, but didn't know what to do. She wasn't technically doing anything that warranted calling the police. Being weird and eating bugs isn't illegal. I thought about moving out, but our lease wasn't up for 3 more months, and I couldn't afford to break it. Plus, as scared as I was, I still cared about Lyra, the real Lyra. I kept hoping she'd snap out of whatever this was. Exactly 2 weeks after her return from Bolivia, I remember because I was counting the days, I came home from my evening shift around 10:30. The apartment was dark except for a strange flickering light coming from the living room. I called out Lyra's name, but there was no answer. When I entered the living room, I saw her sitting cross-legged on the floor. There were candles arranged in a circle around her. Her back was to me, and she was hunched over something. "Lyra?" I called again, my voice shaking. She turned slowly, and I dropped my keys. They clattered on the hardwood floor, the sound obscenely loud in the silence. Half of Lyra's face was gone. Not gone exactly. Peeled back. She had taken a kitchen knife. I could see it in her right hand, blade gleaming in the candlelight, and had carefully cut along her hairline, down past her ear, along her jaw, and up the other side. She was holding a flap of her own face in her left hand, like a mask she'd removed. Blood was everywhere, soaking her clothes, pooling on our living room floor, dripping down her neck. The exposed muscle and tissue underneath glistened wetly in the flickering light. But the most horrifying thing wasn't the blood or the flayed skin. It was that she was smiling. The visible half of her mouth was curved upward in a serene smile, as if she'd finally found peace. "I need to see who's underneath," she said calmly. "Don't you want to know who's wearing you, Stephanie?" I ran to my bedroom and locked the door, fumbling with my phone to call 911. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial. The entire time I was on the phone with the dispatcher, I could hear Lyra outside my door, not scratching this time, but gently tapping. Tap, 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 like she was politely knocking. "Let me help you, Stephanie," she kept saying in a sing-song voice. "Don't you want to see your true face?" The police arrived within minutes, though it felt like hours. I heard them enter the apartment, heard them telling Lyra to put down the knife. Then I heard a sound that will haunt me forever. Not a scream, not a shout, but a low, guttural snarl. Not human. Definitely not human. There were shouts, a struggle, and then 2 gunshots. Later, at the police station, they told me Lyra had lunged at one of the officers with the knife. They had no choice. Self-defense. They asked me about drugs, about her mental health history. I told them about the ayahuasca retreat, and they nodded like that explained everything. Just a bad drug trip, they said. A psychotic break, but I know better. The Lyra who came back from Bolivia wasn't the Lyra who left. Maybe it was something in that ayahuasca tea. Maybe she saw something in those visions that broke her mind. Or maybe something followed her back. Something that was wearing her like a costume. Something that wanted to peel back all our faces to see who was underneath. I never went back to the apartment. A friend helped me pack up my stuff while I stayed with my sister. I left all of Lyra's things behind. The police report ruled it as a drug-induced psychotic episode, case closed. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear that tapping at my door. Tap, tap, tap. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I look in the mirror, my reflection seems to move a half-second too late. I keep all the lights on now. I lock my bedroom door, even though I live alone. And every night before I go to bed, I check the mirror, making sure it's still me looking back. So far, it is. So far. Story 5. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been lurking here for months, reading everyone else's experiences, and it's given me the courage to finally tell mine. This happened about 8 months ago, and I still get chills thinking about it. I moved back to my parents' place in Black Rock Valley after finishing college. Not exactly what I had planned at 23, but with the economy tanking and rent prices through the roof, it made sense. Plus, our family property is pretty big, about 20 acres on the outskirts of town, most of it wooded pasture. It's peaceful, private, and Dad could use the help maintaining it. What I didn't know until after I moved back was that our land sits on what used to be part of an ancient Navajo settlement. Dad mentioned it casually one day while we were fixing fence posts. "Lots of history in this soil," he said, hammering a post into the ground. "Navajo folks lived here for generations before settlers pushed them out." I didn't think much of it then. I wish I had. It was a Tuesday night in late October. The weather had finally cooled down, and I was enjoying having the windows open. Dad and I were watching some documentary about deep-sea creatures when we heard it. This weird mix of growling and yipping sounds coming from somewhere on the property. Dad clicked off the TV. "Probably just dogs after the Andersons' cats again," he said, reaching for his boots. This was pretty normal. Our neighbors let their cats roam, and the local strays often gave chase. Dad grabbed his flashlight and pistol, standard precaution out here where we've had coyotes and the occasional mountain lion. "I'll go check it out," he said. "Emma, could you round up our cats? Don't want them getting caught in whatever's going on." I nodded and started collecting our 3 cats from around the house. I found Mittens under my bed and Jasper in the laundry room, but Pumpkin, our big orange tabby, was nowhere inside. My stomach sank. Pumpkin liked to hunt at night, and if there were dogs or something else out there. I grabbed the big mag light from the kitchen drawer and headed to the front porch. Dad was already walking toward the barn, his flashlight beam bouncing as he went. I called for Pumpkin, shaking his treat bag, listening for his familiar meow. Nothing. The night was getting colder, and the air had that weird stillness that happens sometimes in late autumn, like the world is holding its breath. I stepped off the porch and swept my flashlight across the yard, then toward the tree line about 100 yards away, where the wooded pasture began. That's when I saw it. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks. The beam caught something at the edge of the woods, something tall and humanoid, but wrong. It was wearing what looked like some kind of animal pelt over its head, with the rest of it hidden in shadow. But its face, God, its face. It was pale white, not like paper white, but like bone that's been bleached by the sun. And its eyes, deep white with black irises that seemed to absorb my flashlight beam rather than reflect it. I froze. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. This wasn't some guy in a costume. The proportions were all wrong. Too tall, limbs too thin, and it was watching me with an intelligence that felt ancient and malicious. Then I remembered what my Navajo roommate in college had once told me about skinwalkers during a late-night conversation about our hometown legends. "If you see one," she'd said, "don't look directly at it for too long. That's how they get in." I jerked the flashlight away, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I forced myself to look back a second later, sweeping the beam across the tree line, there was nothing there. I backed up toward the porch, eyes darting everywhere, flashlight beam jerking from spot to spot. I was about to call out for my dad when I heard it. "Help!" The scream came from the direction of the woods, but it sounded wrong, like someone trying to imitate a human voice after only hearing it a few times. It was high-pitched and desperate, but mechanical somehow. And despite sounding far away, It felt like it was whispered right into my ear. My roommate's warning came back to me in a rush. The further away a skinwalker's voice sounds, the closer it actually is. I kept my flashlight moving, refusing to let it settle in one spot for more than a second. My entire body was trembling, cold sweat soaking through my shirt despite the chilly air. I couldn't call for Dad. Something told me that would make things worse. I just stood there, paralyzed with fear, listening to the unnatural silence that had fallen over our property. No crickets, no distant traffic noise, nothing. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I heard Dad's boots on the gravel driveway as he returned from checking the barn. "Nothing out there?" he called as he approached. "Probably just—" He stopped when he saw my face. "Emma, what's wrong?" I couldn't speak. I just shook my head, grabbing his arm and pulling him toward the house. "Whoa, hold on," he said, resisting. "What about Pumpkin? We need to find him. Please," I finally managed, my voice barely above a whisper. "Please, Dad, let's go inside, now." He frowned but let me pull him onto the porch. Once inside, I locked the door behind us and leaned against it, still shaking. "Emma, you're scaring me," Dad said, setting his pistol on the counter. "What happened out there?" I couldn't tell him. How do you tell your practical, no-nonsense father that you just saw something straight out of Navajo legend? That you heard it try to mimic a human voice? He'd think I was losing my mind. I got spooked," I said lamely. "It's dark out there." Dad gave me a look that said he wasn't buying it. "You've never been afraid of the dark, not even as a kid." He grabbed his shotgun from the cabinet. "I'm going to finish checking the property for Pumpkin." "No!" I grabbed his arm again, panic rising in my chest. "Please, Dad, don't go back out there." "Emma, what is going on with you?" He was frustrated now, but I could see concern in his eyes too. I couldn't hold it in anymore. The words tumbled out in a rush. The figure at the tree line, its bone-white face and those terrible eyes, the unnatural scream for help. As I spoke, Dad's expression changed from confusion to something else, something that scared me almost as much as what I'd seen. "You heard it call for help?" he asked quietly when I finished. His face had gone pale. I nodded. It didn't sound right, like it was trying to sound human but couldn't quite manage it. Dad sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "I didn't hear any scream," he said. "But while I was checking around the barn, everything suddenly went quiet. Dead quiet. No night sounds at all. That was about 10 minutes ago." The fact that he wasn't dismissing my story made my blood run cold. "Dad, do you believe me?" He ran a hand over his face. "There've been things I couldn't explain out here before. Tracks that don't match any animal I know. Livestock acting strange. But I never saw anything, so I just ignored it." He looked up at me. "But I've never seen you this scared, not even when you fell off the roof and broke your arm when you were 12. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of what had happened settling between us. "What do we do?" I finally asked. Dad checked his shotgun, making sure it was loaded. "We stay inside tonight, all of us." He went to the window and pulled the curtains closed. "Tomorrow I'll talk to Joe White Eagle down at the hardware store. His grandfather was Navajo. Maybe he knows something about this." I nodded, relief flooding through me that he believed me, that we were staying inside. But then I remembered, Pumpkin's still out there. Dad's expression softened. "Pumpkin's a smart cat. He's probably hiding somewhere safe. He'll come back when he's ready." I wanted to believe him, but something told me Pumpkin wasn't coming back. We didn't sleep that night. Dad kept his shotgun close, and I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind. That face, those eyes, that horrible attempt at a human cry for help. Around 4 in the morning, we heard scratching at the back door. Dad and I looked at each other, both frozen. Then came a familiar meow. "Pumpkin," I whispered. Dad held up his hand, motioning for me to stay put. He approached the door cautiously, shotgun ready. The meowing continued, sounding exactly like our cat, exactly like. "Don't open it," I said suddenly, a new wave of fear washing over me. "Dad, please don't open it." He hesitated, hand on the doorknob. The meowing grew more insistent. "It sounds just like him," Dad said, but I could hear the doubt in his voice. "That's how they get you," I said, remembering more of what my roommate had told me. "They mimic voices of people or animals you know to lure you out." Dad stepped back from the door. The meowing stopped abruptly, followed by a low, rumbling growl that definitely did not come from any cat. Then silence. We didn't find any tracks the next morning, no sign of anything unusual. Pumpkin never came home. Dad talked to Joe White Eagle, who gave him a small leather pouch filled with herbs and told him to burn them at the 4 corners of our property. We did, and for a while things seemed normal again. But sometimes when I'm alone in the house and the night is particularly quiet, I hear something moving outside my window. Something that walks on 2 legs but doesn't move like a human. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I hear a voice that sounds like my dad calling my name from the yard. I never answer. I never look. Because I know what's out there in the darkness of Black Rock Valley. And I know it's still watching, still waiting for me to make a mistake. Story 6. I don't even know where to start with this. I've been carrying this memory around for 20 years now, and I still get chills when I think about it. My therapist says writing it down might help me process it. So here goes. When I was in 4th grade, my parents were both working in the film industry, nothing glamorous, just behind-the-scenes stuff that required weird hours and a ton of travel. Because of their schedules, I often stayed with my grandmother for months at a time. She had this old 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood, the kind with creaky floors and those old-fashioned wallpapers with tiny flower patterns. It wasn't fancy, but it was comfortable, and my grandmother spoiled me rotten with her cooking. This particular time, I'd been staying with her since the summer, and I had just started 4th grade at the local elementary school. Everything was normal at first. I'd go to school, come home, do homework, and wait for my grandmother to return from her job at the library around 5:30 every evening. About 3 weeks into the school year, something weird started happening. Every day when my grandmother came home from work, she'd find her bedroom phone off the hook. Not just once or twice, every single day. Sometimes the receiver would be dangling by its cord, sometimes resting on the bedside table, sometimes on the floor. The first time it happened, she thought she had just been careless in the morning. The second time, she figured maybe the cleaning lady had bumped it while dusting. But by the 3rd or 4th time, she started giving me these suspicious looks. "Are you playing with the phone when you get home from school?" she asked one evening. "No, Grandma, I swear," I told her. And I wasn't lying. I rarely even went into her bedroom, and I definitely hadn't been touching her phone. I had my own little TV in the guest room where I stayed, and that's usually where I hung out after school. She didn't say much else, but I could tell she didn't quite believe me. Every day, it was the same thing. She'd come home, find the phone off the hook, and give me that look. I started dreading 5:30. Then one Tuesday in October, I got sent home early from school because of a mild fever. My grandmother couldn't leave work, so she arranged for our neighbor, Mrs. Finley, to walk me home around 11 in the morning. Mrs. Finley made sure I took some children's Tylenol, then left to run errands. I was lying on the couch in the living room, flipping through TV channels and feeling sorry for myself when I heard it. 2 distinct footsteps from upstairs, directly above me, in my grandmother's bedroom. They were heavy, deliberate steps, like someone walking slowly across the floor. My first thought was that my grandmother had come home early too. Maybe the library wasn't busy, or maybe she was worried about me. I called out, "Grandma, is that you?" No answer. I called out again, louder this time. Still nothing. I should have been scared, but kids are weird. Instead of hiding or running next door, I got up and went to the bottom of the stairs. "Grandma?" More silence, but I was absolutely certain I'd heard footsteps. I started climbing the stairs, one at a time, holding onto the banister. The house was dead quiet except for the creak of the steps under my feet. When I reached the top of the stairs, I could see that my grandmother's bedroom door was partially open. It wasn't fully dark inside, but the curtains were drawn, so the room was dim. "Hello?" I called out, my voice suddenly small. I pushed the door open wider. The room was empty. No grandmother, no intruder, nothing out of place except for the phone. The receiver was lying on the floor, but not like it had fallen. It was placed deliberately in the middle of the carpet, with its cord stretched out unnaturally, pointing toward the closet like a finger. I stood frozen in the doorway, staring at that phone. It was the first time I'd actually seen it off the hook myself, and something about how it was positioned made my skin crawl. I was just about to back out of the room when the phone rang. Not the handset on the floor, that would be impossible, but the base unit on the nightstand. It rang so suddenly and loudly that I screamed. I just stood there, paralyzed, as it rang 3 more times. Then, without thinking, I ran over and picked up the receiver from the floor. "Hello?" My voice was shaking. "Sweetheart, is that you?" It was my grandmother. "Are you feeling any better?" "Grandma," I whispered, "there's someone in the house." "What? What do you mean?" Her voice sharpened with alarm. "I heard footsteps in your room, but when I came up, no one was here, but the phone was on the floor." There was silence on the other end for a moment. Then my grandmother said, very calmly but with an edge I'd never heard before, "Listen to me carefully. I want you to go downstairs right now. Go out the front door and straight to Mrs. Finley's house. Don't stop for anything. Do you understand me?" "But Mrs. Finley isn't home." "Then go to the Johnson's house, or any neighbor who's home. Just get out of the house. I'm calling the police right now from work, and I'm leaving immediately. Go, sweetie, right now." I hung up the phone, placing the receiver properly in its cradle this time. Part of me wanted to look in the closet, to prove to myself that there was nothing to be afraid of. But my grandmother's fear had infected me, and suddenly every shadow in the room seemed threatening. I backed out of the bedroom and practically flew down the stairs. I ran straight to the Johnson's house 2 doors down and rang their doorbell repeatedly until Mr. Johnson answered. I must have looked terrified because he immediately ushered me inside and called my grandmother at work. She told him the police were on their way, and she was about 10 minutes behind them. The police arrived first, 2 officers who went through the entire house room by room. They checked every closet, under every bed, in the basement, the attic, everywhere someone could possibly hide. They found nothing, no signs of forced entry, all windows locked from the inside, nothing missing or disturbed, except for that phone, which was back in its cradle when they checked the bedroom. When my grandmother arrived, her face was pale and tight. She spoke with the officers, while I sat at the kitchen table drinking the hot chocolate Mrs. Johnson had made for me before heading home. The officers were skeptical. They suggested I might have imagined the footsteps, that maybe the phone had just fallen off accidentally. But they couldn't explain how I'd heard the phone ring if it had been off the hook earlier, or why it kept happening day after day. My grandmother didn't care what they thought. She knew something was wrong, and she wasn't taking any chances. That night, I slept in her room with her. Neither of us got much sleep. Every creak, every settling noise of the old house had us both wide awake, staring into the darkness. The next morning, my grandmother called in sick to work, and we went out for breakfast at the diner down the street. While we were eating our pancakes, she came up with a plan. "We're going to find out what's happening," she said, her voice determined. "I have an old tape recorder in my desk. We'll set it up in my bedroom and turn it on before we leave the house." After breakfast, we went home and set up the tape recorder. It was one of those old cassette ones with the chunky buttons. My grandmother pressed record, and we left the house to go shopping for a few hours. I remember feeling both terrified and excited, like we were detectives setting a trap. When we returned home around 2 in the afternoon, everything looked normal. The house was quiet. The phone was in its cradle. But there was a tension in the air as my grandmother rewound the tape and pressed play. For several minutes, there was nothing but the soft hiss of blank tape. Then we heard it. Footsteps. Clear as day, someone walking across my grandmother's bedroom floor. Slow, measured steps, then a pause and the unmistakable click of the phone being lifted from its base. No voices, no breathing, just those footsteps and that click. Then silence for the rest of the tape. My grandmother's face went completely white. Without a word, she stopped the tape, went to the phone, and called my aunt, who lived about 40 minutes away. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but her voice was urgent, and within 5 minutes, we were packing overnight bags. "We're going to stay with your Aunt Sarah for a while," was all she said. "What about school?" I asked. "We'll figure that out. Right now, we need to leave." We stayed with my aunt for the remainder of the school year. I transferred to a new school, and eventually my parents arranged to have me stay with them more consistently when their work stabilized. My grandmother never went back to that house alone. About 4 days after we left, our next-door neighbor, Mr. Reeves, went to check on the house for my grandmother. He called her that same night. "The strangest thing," he told her. "When I went in to check the mail and make sure everything was okay, I went upstairs just to be thorough. The phone in your bedroom was off the hook again, Eleanor. The cord was stretched out across the floor." My grandmother sold the house a few months later without ever stepping foot in it again. A realtor handled everything. She never talked about what happened, not really. Whenever I brought it up in later years, she would just shake her head and change the subject. I'm 34 now, and I still don't know what to make of it all. I don't believe in ghosts or supernatural things. The logical part of me thinks it must have been one of my grandmother's neighbors who somehow had access to the house. Maybe they had found a spare key or knew how to pick locks. Maybe they were living out some weird fantasy that thankfully never progressed beyond moving the phone receiver. But then I remember those footsteps on the tape, and the way the cord pointed to the closet like a finger, and I'm not so sure anymore. Sometimes at night, when I'm alone in my apartment and the building makes those normal settling noises, I still find myself checking to make sure my phone is where it should be. Story 7. I'll never forget that day in Sandstone. It's been 3 months since it happened, and I still wake up in cold sweats, the smell of burnt flesh stuck in my nostrils. Let me back up. I've been a park ranger at Sandstone National Park for 6 years now. Most days are pretty routine, helping lost hikers, issuing permits, occasionally dealing with wildlife issues. The desert's a harsh place, but I've always found peace in its vastness. Or at least I used to. It was early August, middle of our hottest season. The thermometer had been hovering around 105 degrees for a week straight. I was finishing some paperwork in the air-conditioned ranger station when my radio crackled. "Alex, you there? Over." It was Manny Rodriguez, my colleague who was manning the visitor center that morning. "Go ahead, Manny." "Got some volunteers at the front desk. They spotted smoke out near the eastern boundary. Not sure if it's a campfire or what, but given how dry it's been, my stomach dropped a little. We hadn't had rain in over 2 months, and the fire danger was extreme. Even a small spark could turn into a wildfire real quick out here. "I'll check it out. Where exactly did they see it?" Manny gave me the approximate location, about 15 miles from the station, near an area we call Devil's Backbone, a remote section with some jagged rock formations. Not a designated camping area, but people sometimes go off-trail despite our warnings. "Want me to come with?" Manny asked. I could tell he was itching to get out of the visitor center. "Yeah, might be good to have backup if it's spread. Tell Jensen we're heading out." I grabbed my gear while Manny briefed our supervisor. 10 minutes later, we were in the park truck, dust billowing behind us as we followed the main service road east. The volunteers who'd spotted the smoke, a middle-aged couple who were amateur bird watchers, rode with us to point out the location. It didn't look like a normal campfire, the woman, Carol, I think her name was, kept saying. Too much black smoke. Her husband nodded. And in a weird spot. Nobody camps out there. The truck's AC was barely keeping up with the heat. Even with sunglasses, I had to squint against the glare bouncing off the sand and rocks. We turned off the main road onto a rougher track, the truck bouncing over the uneven terrain. Something felt off as we got closer to the area. Usually, you'd hear the desert, the distant call of hawks, maybe the scuttle of a lizard. But there was nothing, just this heavy silence pressing down, broken only by the rumble of our engine and the occasional creak of the suspension. "There," Carol pointed through the windshield, "just past that ridge." I saw it then, a thin column of dark smoke rising into the cloudless sky. Not billowing like a wildfire, but steady, concentrated. My ranger instincts were all ready, telling me this wasn't just someone's illegal campfire. As we crested the ridge, I felt my body tense. About 200 yards ahead, partially obscured by a stand of scraggly mesquite, was a vehicle. Flames licked at what remained of its roof, black smoke pouring upward. "Stay in the truck," I told the volunteers, exchanging a look with Manny. His normally jovial face had hardened. He'd been a ranger longer than me and had seen more shit. We approached cautiously, the heat intensifying with each step. It was a sedan of some kind. Hard to tell the make through the flames, but probably a Toyota or Honda. The fire was already dying down a bit, suggesting it had been burning for a while. The smell hit me first. If you've never smelled burning plastic and upholstery, consider yourself lucky. But there was something else underneath, something that made my stomach clench, a scent like overcooked meat, but wrong, deeply wrong. "Jesus," Manny muttered, pulling his bandana up over his nose. We circled the vehicle, looking for signs of what happened. The area around the car was clear, no signs of an accident, no skid marks or impact damage. This vehicle had been parked here deliberately. That's when I noticed the driver's side window was shattered, not from the heat, but from impact. Glass fragments sparkled on the ground nearby. "Manny, call it in. We need PD out here." He nodded grimly and went back to the truck for the radio. I approached the driver's side, the heat from the smoldering wreck making sweat pour down my face. Using my flashlight, I peered through the broken window. I've seen some things in my time as a ranger. Hikers with compound fractures, a climber who'd fallen 60 feet, even a mountain lion attack victim once. But nothing prepared me for what was in that car. The body was slumped against the door, charred beyond recognition, but I could clearly see the rope binding the wrists to the steering wheel, partially melted into the plastic and flesh. The chest, what remained of it, had multiple dark punctures, gunshot wounds. I stumbled backward, bile rising in my throat. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't even a suicide. Someone had shot this person multiple times, tied them to the steering wheel, then set the car on fire to cover it up. By the time I made it back to the truck, I was shaking despite the heat. The volunteers looked at me expectantly, but their expressions changed when they saw my face. "What is it?" Carol asked, her voice small. "I need you both to stay here," I managed. "Don't approach the vehicle." Manny was already on the radio, his voice steady but urgent. "We need sheriff deputies and crime scene unit at the eastern boundary. Coordinates." He rattled off the numbers from our GPS. Possible homicide, vehicle fire with a body inside. The next few hours were a blur. The county sheriff's department arrived, followed by state police and eventually the FBI. The scene transformed from desolate desert to a hive of activity. Evidence markers, photography equipment, the medical examiner's van. Manny and I gave our statements separately. I recounted every detail I could remember: the broken window, the restraints, the apparent gunshot wounds. The detective taking my statement kept his face neutral, but I could see the tightness around his eyes. This wasn't a typical case even for them. "Any idea who the victim might be?" he asked. I shook my head. The body was too damaged, but the car might be registered locally. "We'll run the VIN if it's still legible," he said. "Any unusual activity in the park lately? Strange vehicles, suspicious persons?" I thought about it. Nothing specific. We get the occasional drug runner using the backcountry trails, but nothing near this area recently. By late afternoon, the forensics team was still working, their white Tyvek suits ghostly against the red desert landscape. Manny and I were finally released to return to the station, but told to remain available. The drive back was silent. The volunteer couple had been taken separately for more detailed interviews. It was just me and Manny, both lost in our thoughts. 6 years, he finally said as the station came into view. 6 years I've worked here, and I've never seen anything like that. I nodded, unable to find words. The image of that body, bound and burnt, was seared into my mind. Back at the station, our supervisor Jensen was waiting. Word had spread fast. The other rangers gathered around, faces solemn as we recounted what we'd found. Someone made coffee, someone else ordered pizza. Nobody was really hungry. "They're saying it might be cartel-related," Jensen said quietly after most of the others had drifted away. "The MO fits some cases they've seen across the border." The thought sent a chill through me despite the lingering heat. Our park was only about 70 miles from Mexico. We'd had issues with drug trafficking before, but never anything this violent, this deliberate. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the parking lot, I decided to head home. My small ranger cabin was only a quarter-mile from the station, one of several provided for permanent staff. Usually, I loved the isolation, the quiet. That night it felt oppressive. I showered for a long time, trying to wash away the smell that seemed embedded in my skin. I scrubbed until my skin was raw, but I could still detect it. That horrific blend of burnt rubber, melted plastic, and humanity. Unable to face cooking, I ate a cold sandwich standing at my kitchen counter, washing it down with a beer. Then another. The alcohol didn't help. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that charred figure slumped against the car door. My phone buzzed, a text from Manny. "You okay?" I typed back. "Not really, you?" "Hell no, but we'll get through it." I appreciated the sentiment, but wasn't convinced. Some things you don't get through. You just learn to carry them. Sleep was impossible. I lay in bed, fan whirring overhead, replaying the day's events. Who was the victim? Why kill them in such a brutal way? Why our park? The questions spiraled endlessly. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up and went to sit on my small porch, staring out at the desert. The moon was nearly full, bathing everything in silver light. Normally, I found the night desert beautiful, peaceful. Now it seemed full of shadows, of secrets. A coyote howled in the distance, the sound echoing off the canyon walls. Usually, that sound was comforting, familiar. That night, it sounded like a lament. My radio sat on the table beside me. For a moment, I considered calling in, seeing if there were any updates. But what difference would it make now? Whatever answers came wouldn't erase what I'd seen. By morning, the story had hit the local news. Body found in burning vehicle at Sandstone National Park. Details were sparse, but rumors were already spreading. Some visitors canceled their hiking permits. Others came specifically because of the news, ghoulish curiosity drawing them to the Park of Death. We were instructed not to comment beyond confirming that an investigation was ongoing. The eastern boundary was closed to visitors due to maintenance, a paper-thin excuse that fooled no one. 3 days later, I was called to the sheriff's department to review my statement. The detective looked tired, his eyes shadowed. "We identified the victim," he told me after I'd gone through my account again. "Local man, small-time drug dealer, had ties to a larger operation based in Ciudad Juarez." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "The car was reported stolen 2 weeks ago from Phoenix. We think they used it for a job then." He trailed off, but we both knew how that sentence ended. "Will you catch them?" I asked. He sighed, rubbing his face. "Honestly, probably not. These guys are ghosts. They cross the border, do their business, disappear, unless we get lucky with forensics or someone talks." That night, I dreamed of the burning car, but in my dream, the body turned its charred head toward me, empty eye sockets staring accusingly. I woke up gasping, sheets soaked with sweat. It's been 3 months now. The investigation is still technically open, but has gone cold. No arrests, no new leads. The spot where we found the car has been cleaned up. No visible evidence remains. But everyone knows. The park volunteers whisper about it. Hikers avoid that section of trail. Some of the locals have already started calling it Death Car Ridge, spinning tales about hearing screams on quiet nights, seeing flames that aren't really there. The human need to mythologize tragedy, I guess. As for me, I still do my job. I still love the park mostly, but something fundamental has changed. The desert I once saw as beautiful in its harshness now feels sinister, a place where terrible secrets can be hidden among the rocks and sand. Sometimes when I'm out on patrol, especially near the eastern boundary, I catch myself scanning the horizon, looking for smoke, and I wonder if whoever did this is still out there, watching, waiting to turn another vehicle into a funeral pyre. I don't think I'll ever shake what I saw that day. How do you unsee something like that? How do you forget the smell? The sight of a human being reduced to charred remains? You don't. You just learn to live with it lodged in your memory, a splinter that can't be removed. The desert keeps its secrets, but some secrets burn too bright to be forgotten. Story 8. I can't sleep tonight, so I figured I might as well finally get this off my chest. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened that night 11 years ago. Even my therapist has only heard bits and pieces. I'm still not sure what we encountered, but just thinking about it makes my skin crawl and my heart race. It was the summer after sophomore year of college. I was 23 and back in my hometown for 3 months, working at the local coffee shop and mostly bored out of my mind. The highlight was reconnecting with my childhood best friend Amanda, who was also home from a different university. We fell back into our old routines like no time had passed. One night in mid-July, we were driving around our old neighborhood, reminiscing about stupid shit we used to do as kids. Amanda suddenly pointed out the window toward this massive abandoned construction project at the end of Oak Ridge Drive. "Remember when we used to sneak in there and pretend it was our mansion?" she asked. I definitely remembered. It was this enormous house that some tech investor had started building around the time we were in middle school. The guy ran into money trouble or permit issues. Town gossip varied on the details, and construction just stopped. For years, it sat there. Foundation poured, framing done, some of the walls up, but totally abandoned. As kids, it was our favorite place to explore. "We should go check it out," Amanda said, her eyes lighting up with that mischievous look I knew so well. I hesitated for a second. "Isn't that trespassing?" Amanda rolled her eyes. "It's been empty for like a decade. Nobody cares. Come on, for old time's sake." That's how, 30 minutes later, we found ourselves parked down the street with backpacks full of stupid camping supplies, sleeping bags, flashlights, a couple bottles of cheap wine, and some snacks. It was around 9 in the evening, the summer sun just starting to set, casting long shadows through the trees surrounding the property. The construction site was exactly as I remembered, just more weathered. The chain-link fence still had that gap behind the big oak tree where we used to slip through. The wooden beams had grayed with exposure, and there were more beer cans and graffiti than before, evidence that local teens still used it as a hangout spot. We made our way inside what would have been the main floor. The framing created distinct rooms, even without walls. You could see where the living room, kitchen, and hallways were supposed to be. We set up our little camp in what would have been the living room, spreading out our sleeping bags on the concrete foundation and using our phone flashlights to create some ambient lighting. Amanda uncorked the first bottle of wine. "To adulthood," she toasted, "which isn't nearly as fun as we thought it would be." I laughed and took a swig straight from the bottle. Remember when we thought being grown up meant freedom? Now it's just bills and existential dread. That's when I first noticed the smell. It was faint at first, a strange coppery scent mixed with something almost rotten. I figured it was just some dead animal nearby or garbage left by previous visitors. "Do you smell that?" I asked Amanda. She wrinkled her nose. "Yeah, gross. Probably a dead raccoon or something." We tried to ignore it as we caught up on everything. Her biochemistry program, my marketing internship disasters, mutual friends from high school who were already getting married or having babies. The wine made everything funnier than it should have been, and for a while, it felt exactly like our teenage adventures. The summer night was warm, and through the open framing, We could see the stars coming out. It was around 11 when Amanda suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She was telling me about her roommate drama when she just froze, her eyes fixed on something behind me and her face drained of color. "What?" I asked, turning to look. For a split second, I saw something. Just beyond the tree line at the edge of the property, something pale moving between the trees. It was too dark to make out details, but it seemed tall, unnaturally so. My brain tried to rationalize it as a deer, or maybe just branches moving in the wind. "Probably just an animal," I said, though my heart had started pounding. Amanda nodded, but she seemed shaken. "Yeah, probably." We tried to get back to our conversation, but the easy flow was gone. The smell seemed stronger now, and every little noise from the surrounding woods made us jump. Eventually, we decided to try to sleep, blaming our nervousness on too much wine and an overactive imagination. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake. My phone said it was 3:17 in the morning. The first thing I noticed was the emptiness beside me. Amanda's sleeping bag was vacant. "Amanda," I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet night. No response. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, scanning the area. Her shoes were still there, so she couldn't have gone far. Maybe she just needed to pee. But as the minutes ticked by and she didn't return, a deep unease settled over me. I got up and started searching, calling her name softly. The wooden beams created weird shadows as I moved through the skeletal structure of the house. That smell was even stronger now, metallic and putrid at the same time. I found her in what would have been one of the spare bedrooms toward the back of the house. She was standing with her back to me, completely still, facing the corner. Even in the dim light, I could see she was shaking, small tremors running through her body. "Amanda," I whispered, fear making my voice crack. "Are you okay?" The way she turned, I'll never forget it as long as I live. She didn't turn like a normal person. It was like she rotated without actually moving her feet, like she was on a spinning platform. It was so subtle but so wrong that my brain couldn't process it properly. Her face was blank, expressionless. In the harsh beam of my flashlight, her eyes looked different, darker, emptier. For a second, I thought I was still dreaming or that the wine had messed with my head. "We need to go," she said, her voice flat and strange. "It's here." Every instinct in my body screamed danger. I backed away, nearly tripping over exposed pipes sticking out of the concrete floor. "Amanda, you're scaring me. Let's just grab our stuff and leave." She didn't respond, just stared at me with those empty eyes. I'm not proud of what I did next. I fucking ran, leaving her there. Pure animal panic took over, and I bolted through the frame of the house, snatching up my car keys from my backpack as I passed our campsite. I didn't stop until I reached my car parked down the street, fumbling with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. Once inside, I locked all the doors and sat there, hyperventilating, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Should I call someone? The police? What would I even say? That my friend was acting weird in an abandoned construction site where we were trespassing. Before I could decide, something slammed against my passenger side window. I screamed, actually screamed, until I realized it was Amanda. She was outside the car, pounding on the window, yelling for me to let her in. When I unlocked the door, she collapsed into the passenger seat, and that's when I saw the blood. Her arms were covered in it, streaming from strange cuts, not like scratches from branches or falling on construction debris. These were long, straight splits in her skin, almost surgical, running from her wrists to her elbows. "Drive!" she kept saying. Just fucking drive. But I was frozen, staring at her injuries. Amanda, what happened? We need to get you to a hospital. Not yet, she insisted, her voice trembling. Just start the car, please. I turned the key and the engine roared to life. But before I could put it in drive, that smell hit me again, so strong it made my eyes water. Coppery, rotten, wrong. It filled the car like a physical presence. Then came the footsteps, heavy thuds circling the car, but when I looked out the windows, there was nothing there. Nothing visible anyway. The car dipped slightly on each side as something heavy walked around it, like someone was inspecting us. Amanda was silently crying now, her bloody arms wrapped around herself. I sat paralyzed, unable to even scream as something slammed against the hood of my car hard enough to leave a dent. And then the voice. God, the voice. It sounded like someone talking backwards, and then that backwards speech being played forward again. Distorted and wrong, but still forming words we could understand. Quit fucking around, it said, the words clear despite the unnatural sound. Whatever it was continued circling the car. I could hear its heavy breathing now, like something large panting just outside my window. The locks on the car started clicking, locking, unlocking, locking again on their own. Amanda and I sat there, barely breathing, as this went on for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 15 or 20 minutes. Gradually, the footsteps got farther away. The smell lingered, but became less intense. The locks stopped clicking. We sat in silence for another hour, not daring to move until the first light of dawn began to break. Only then did I finally put the car in drive and take Amanda to the emergency room. We made up a story about her falling onto some construction materials while we were exploring. I don't think the doctors believed us, but they cleaned and stitched her cuts without asking too many questions. We never talked about what happened that night. I tried to bring it up once, about a week later, but Amanda shut down completely. She avoided me for the rest of the summer, and when we returned to our respective colleges, our friendship just faded. We're still Facebook friends, but we haven't had a real conversation in years. The weirdest part? 3 years ago, someone finally bought that property and finished building the house. It's a beautiful place now, owned by a chiropractor and his 2 teenage daughters. They invited the whole neighborhood to their housewarming party. I didn't go. I'll never set foot on that property again. I don't know what we encountered that night, whether it was human or something else, but I know it was real. Sometimes I still wake up smelling that coppery, rotten scent, and I have to check all the locks in my apartment before I can calm down. Amanda has never acknowledged what happened, but last year she posted photos of her wedding, and I couldn't help but notice the long sleeves of her dress, carefully covering the scars I know are there, the permanent reminders of whatever found us that night at the construction site. Story 9. I've spent months debating whether to share this. I still have nightmares most nights. I've been to 3 different therapists who all think I'm either making it up or suffering from some kind of psychotic break. The police stopped returning my calls weeks ago, but I need to put this somewhere because keeping it inside is killing me. This happened 7 months ago. I'm a 32-year-old software engineer living in London. I'd been single for about a year after breaking up with Laura. We dated for almost 9 months before I ended things. She was intense. When we first met at a friend's birthday, she seemed normal enough, attractive, funny, worked in marketing. But as the relationship progressed, there was something increasingly off about her. She became obsessed with self-improvement, but not in a healthy way. She'd stay up until 3 in the morning researching obscure supplements. She started following these weird spiritual coaches on Instagram who charged ridiculous amounts for enlightenment courses. The final straw was when she started waking up at 4 a.m. to follow some bizarre meditation routine she'd found in a book written by some guru. When I expressed concern, she'd get defensive and tell me I was limiting her potential. After we broke up, I blocked her on everything and moved on with my life. Until I got a text from an unknown number. "Hey, Ishan, it's Laura. Got a new number. Been doing a lot of thinking and growing. Would really love to catch up if you're open to it. No pressure, X." I stared at that message for a long time. Part of me wanted to ignore it, but curiosity got the better of me. She sounded normal. I replied saying I'd be open to getting a coffee. She suggested dinner instead, at this upscale Middle Eastern place I'd never been to. I should have said no. God, I should have just blocked that number. The night of our catch-up arrived. I dressed casually, jeans and a decent shirt, and headed to the restaurant. It was in a part of London I wasn't super familiar with, one of those areas that's been gentrified in the last few years. When I arrived, Laura was already seated at a table near the back. She looked good, better than I remembered. Her hair was longer and she seemed calmer somehow, more present. When she smiled at me, I felt that old familiar pull. "Thanks for coming," she said as I sat down. "I honestly wasn't sure you would." We ordered drinks and started talking. It was nice. She asked about my work, my family, seemed genuinely interested in my answers. When I cautiously asked about her self-improvement journey, she laughed and shook her head. God, I was a nightmare, wasn't I? I got so caught up in it all. After we broke up, I realized I was using all that stuff to avoid dealing with actual problems in my life. She seemed reformed. The conversation flowed easily, and I found myself relaxing. We ordered food, shared a bottle of wine. She mentioned she'd switched jobs, was working less, focusing more on balance. Everything I'd wished she'd done when we were together. By the end of the meal, I was feeling a dangerous sense of hope. Maybe people really could change. Maybe we could try again, take it slow this time. As we waited for the bill, her demeanor shifted slightly. She leaned in, lowering her voice. "Ishan, can I ask you something? Would you mind walking me home? My flat's not far, but..." She hesitated, looking genuinely uncomfortable. "I've been having some issues with an ex. He's been showing up uninvited, watching my building. The police say there's not much they can do unless he actually does something." My protective instincts kicked in. "Of course, no problem at all." Relief washed over her face. "Thank you. I just don't feel safe walking alone at night right now." We paid and left the restaurant around 11. It was a cool April night, slightly foggy in that way London gets sometimes, where the streetlights create these halos in the mist. Laura suggested we get a taxi rather than walk. "It's actually a bit further than I made it sound," she admitted, looking embarrassed. "I just didn't want to seem like I was asking too much." She pulled out her phone and ordered a car through an app I didn't recognize. "It's like Uber but cheaper," she explained when I asked. Within minutes, a black people carrier pulled up. The driver was a heavyset man who barely acknowledged us as we got in. I found it a bit odd that Laura climbed into the very back row, but I followed and sat beside her. We'd been driving for maybe 10 minutes, heading towards South London, when I noticed we were taking a strange route. I was about to mention it when Laura put her hand on my thigh. "I'm so glad we reconnected," she said, her voice different, lower. "I've thought about you so much." I turned to look at her, and that's when I felt a cloth being pressed over my face from behind. I hadn't even realized there was someone else in the car. I tried to struggle, to reach for the door handle, but my arms felt impossibly heavy. There was a chemical smell, sharp, medicinal. I couldn't breathe properly. Laura's face was the last thing I saw before everything went black. She wasn't frightened or concerned. She was smiling. I drifted in and out of consciousness, brief flashes of awareness. Being carried between people, cold air on my face, the smell of dirt and trees. I remember trying to scream, but finding my mouth was taped shut. My hands were bound behind my back. I was dressed, but I could feel the night air against my ankles, like my pants had ridden up while I was being moved. When I fully regained consciousness, I was in a forest clearing. It was the middle of the night, but the space was lit by torches stuck in the ground, forming a large circle. I was sitting propped against a tree, my hands tied behind it, my ankles bound together. The tape had been removed from my mouth, but my head was pounding so badly I couldn't even form words. There were people in the clearing, maybe 15 or 20 of them. They wore dark robes with hoods pulled up, obscuring their faces. They moved with purpose, arranging things in the center of the clearing. What looked like a wooden platform raised about a foot off the ground. I tried to call out, but my voice came out as a pathetic croak. One of the robed figures turned toward me. It was a woman, I could tell from her build, but couldn't see her face in the shadow of the hood. "He's awake," she said, her voice strangely flat. Another figure approached me, taller, male. He knelt down, and in the flickering torchlight, I could just make out his eyes beneath the hood. They were completely emotionless. "You shouldn't have come back to her," he said. "She doesn't belong to you. She belongs to us now." "What? What is this?" I managed to say. "Where's Laura?" He stood without answering and rejoined the others. They began to chant something low and rhythmic in a language I didn't recognize. It wasn't Latin or anything I could identify, just guttural sounds that made my skin crawl. Two of them came for me then. They cut the ropes binding me to the tree but kept my hands tied. They dragged me to the center of the clearing, toward that wooden platform. As we got closer, I saw what was beneath it, kindling and what smelled unmistakably like petrol. That's when the full horror of what was happening hit me. They were going to burn me alive. I fought then, with every ounce of strength I had. I kicked and thrashed and screamed, but my body was still weak from whatever drug they'd used. The two holding me were strong, and others came to help. They stripped me naked, the cool night air raising goosebumps on my flesh. They forced me onto the platform, tying my wrists and ankles to stakes at each corner so I was spread-eagled, facing the star-filled sky. The chanting grew louder. Through my terror, I searched the circle of robed figures, looking for Laura. Was she here? Was this her plan all along? A figure stepped forward, holding a flaming torch. This one wore a mask beneath the hood, something primitive-looking, made of wood with crude features carved into it. The eye holes were empty black spaces. The figure raised the torch high, and the chanting reached a crescendo. I begged, I pleaded, I screamed until my throat was raw. I promised anything they wanted if they would just let me go. The masked figure stood motionless, torch raised, as if waiting for a signal. My mind fractured with fear. I thought about my parents, how they would never know what happened to me. I thought about how much it would hurt to burn. I closed my eyes, unable to watch my own execution. There was a moment of perfect silence. When I opened my eyes, the masked figure was leaning over me. The mask was inches from my face, those empty eye holes staring into me. The torch was still in their hand, still burning. Then, deliberately, they lowered the torch and extinguished it in the dirt beside the platform. The chanting stopped. There was confusion among the robed figures, murmuring. Someone shouted something angry in that same strange language. The masked figure cut my bonds with a knife that appeared from within their robes. As my limbs were freed, they whispered in my ear, "Run!" But I couldn't run. I could barely stand. They must have realized this because two robed figures, different ones, I think, grabbed me, dressed me roughly in just my jeans and shirt, leaving my underwear, socks, and shoes behind. A hood was pulled over my head, and I was half carried, half dragged through the forest. I was put back into a vehicle, maybe the same one, maybe different. We drove for what felt like hours. No one spoke. Eventually, we stopped. I was pulled from the car, still hooded, and made to walk for several minutes. When they removed the hood, I was alone on a country road. Dawn was just breaking. There was no sign of the vehicle or the people who had brought me here. I stumbled down that road, delirious with fear and confusion, until I found a cottage with lights on. An elderly couple answered the door. They must have thought I was on drugs or having a breakdown, but they let me use their phone to call the police. The authorities searched the area where I believed the ritual had taken place, but found nothing. No evidence of a gathering, no burn marks, nothing. They investigated Laura, but the woman I'd had dinner with seemed to have vanished. The real Laura, the one whose photos matched my description, had been traveling in Vietnam for the past 3 months. Her social media proved it. She hadn't texted me. She hadn't met me for dinner. The restaurant had no record of my reservation. The card transaction I was sure I'd made never appeared on my statement. The police eventually concluded I had experienced some kind of psychotic episode. But I know what happened. I was there. I felt the heat of that torch on my skin. I smelled the petrol. I saw that wooden mask staring down at me. I still don't know why they chose me, or why the masked figure let me go. I have nightmares every night. I can't trust anyone. I haven't been on a date since. I keep expecting to see that mask in a crowd, or to get another text from a number I don't recognize. Sometimes I wonder if Laura was ever real at all, or if she was just a way to get to me. All I know is that somewhere out there, people gather in the woods at night. They have rituals, they sacrifice, and for some reason, they spared me. But I live every day wondering if they'll change their minds. Story 10. I never thought I'd be the one typing one of these posts, but here I am, desperate for someone to make sense of what happened to me. Even as I'm writing this, my hands are shaking a bit. It's been almost 3 months, and I still can't shake the feeling of being watched. It started on a Tuesday night in mid-April. Nothing special about the day. I'd gone to work at the insurance office where I push papers, grabbed some Thai food on the way home, and was just chilling in my apartment in Ridgemont. It's not much, just a 1-bedroom in one of those cookie-cutter complexes that all look the same. But it's mine, you know? First place I've had on my own after college. Around 9:30, I was FaceTiming with my best friend Matt. We do this a couple times a week, usually just shooting the shit about nothing important. Video games, work drama, whatever. We were right in the middle of Matt telling me about this girl he'd met at his gym when my phone buzzed with another incoming call. Unknown number. I normally don't answer calls from numbers I don't know. Who does anymore, right? But I was in a good mood, and something about seeing an unknown FaceTime request made me curious. Like, who FaceTimes a stranger? Dude, I'm getting a random FaceTime call, I told Matt. Answer it, Matt said, laughing. Maybe it's a hot girl who got the wrong number. Or maybe you want a cruise." "Yeah, right," I said, but I was smiling as I put Matt on hold and accepted the call. The smile dropped from my face instantly. There was a man on the screen, just a man's face, way too close to the camera, like he was holding the phone right up against his nose. The lighting was dim, like he was in a dark room with just one lamp on somewhere off screen. But what really got me was his eyes. They were wrong, unnaturally wide open, like he was forcing his eyelids back, and they had this glassy, vacant look that made my stomach turn. For a second, I thought it might be some weird prank or filter, but something about it felt off in a way I can't really explain. Hello?" I said after a few seconds of uncomfortable silence. "I think you might have the wrong number." The man didn't blink, not once. Then his mouth moved and he said, "Tyler, just my name, nothing else." His voice was soft but clear. A chill ran down my spine. "Who is this?" I asked, my own voice suddenly tight in my throat. "How do you know my name?" He didn't answer my question. Instead, he leaned even closer to the camera, if that was possible, until all I could see were those wide, unblinking eyes. Then, in this weird half-whisper that somehow felt worse than if he'd been screaming, he said, "Watch your back, Tyler. I'm coming for you." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "What? Who is this? Is this some kind of joke?" The man started rambling then, his words running together in this stream of consciousness way that was hard to follow. Something about how he'd found me, how he'd been watching me, how he knew where I lived. The specifics were jumbled and didn't make sense, but the tone, man, the tone was what got me. It wasn't angry or aggressive. It was eerily calm, almost matter-of-fact, like he was reading a shopping list. "Know what time you leave for work, Tyler. Know what you bought at the store yesterday. Saw you through your kitchen window. You should really get curtains, Tyler. Coming for you soon, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow night, but I'm coming." After about 30 seconds of this, I couldn't take it anymore. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I hung up, my finger jabbing at the screen so hard it hurt. I sat there for a minute, just trying to breathe normally again. My apartment suddenly felt different, smaller, less safe. I got up and checked that my front door was locked, then the windows too. It was stupid, I told myself. Just some random creep who'd gotten my number somehow and wanted to scare me. I called Matt back. His joking expression disappeared as soon as he saw my face. "Dude, what happened? You look like you just saw a ghost." I told him everything, trying to keep my voice steady. As I spoke, I realized how absurd it sounded, like something from a bad horror movie. But Matt didn't laugh or brush it off. "That's messed up," he said when I finished. "Did you recognize him at all? Maybe it's someone from work playing a sick joke?" "No way," I said. "I've never seen this guy before, and why would anyone from work do something like that? We're not exactly a prank-heavy office." "Maybe you should call the police," Matt suggested. I considered it, but what would I even say? Some weird guy FaceTimed me and said creepy things. They'd probably just tell me to block the number, which I was planning to do anyway. "I'll block him," I told Matt. "It's probably just some random weirdo who—" My phone buzzed again. Same unknown number. "He's calling back," I whispered to Matt, my mouth suddenly dry. "Put it on speaker. I want to hear this creep." I hesitated, then accepted the call, immediately regretting it. There he was again. Same unsettling face, same unnaturally wide eyes. Before I could say anything, he launched into the same rambling threats, the same whispered voice telling me he was coming for me, the same disturbing specifics about my daily routine mixed in with nonsensical gibberish. Then, mid-sentence, he stopped talking. Completely. He just stared, silent, unblinking. The only sound was his breathing, which seemed to get louder in the silence. 5 seconds passed. 10, 15. Just him staring at me with those horrible eyes, not saying a word. My skin was crawling. I finally broke the silence. "I'm blocking your number, you freak," I said, trying to sound tough but hearing the shake in my voice. "Don't call me again." I hung up and immediately blocked the number, then turned back to Matt, who looked almost as freaked out as I felt. "What the actual hell was that?" he said. I shook my head. "I don't know, but I blocked him. I'm sure it's fine." But it didn't feel fine. After we ended our call, I found myself checking the locks again, then pulling all my blinds closed. I even moved my dresser in front of the door before I went to bed, something I've never done before. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the man somehow knew exactly where I was. I didn't sleep much that night, or the next few nights really, but as the days passed and nothing happened, I started to relax a bit. Maybe it really was just a random creep who dialed me by mistake, or some elaborate prank call app. Almost 2 weeks went by. I was just starting to forget about the whole thing when it happened again. I was sitting on my couch watching Netflix after work when my phone lit up with an incoming FaceTime. Different number this time, but something in my gut twisted as soon as I saw it. I stared at the screen, telling myself not to answer. Just let it ring. Block it without answering. But some morbid curiosity made me accept the call. Same man, same unnervingly close-up face, same wide, unblinking eyes, same soft, menacing voice saying my name. "Tyler." My blood went cold. I hung up immediately and blocked this number too, hands shaking so badly I had to try 3 times before I got it right. I called Matt right after, practically hyperventilating. He called again, different number but the same guy. "Okay, now you need to call the police," Matt insisted. "This is straight up harassment." I did call them. The officer who took my report was polite, but didn't seem overly concerned. He said they could try to trace the numbers, but since no explicit threat had been made and no crime had been committed, there wasn't much they could do. He suggested I change my number if it happened again. It's been almost 3 months now, and I haven't received another call, but that doesn't mean I feel better about it. I did change my number, just to be safe. I also installed a security camera at my front door and started varying my routine, leaving for work at different times, taking different routes home. Maybe it was just a sick prank. Maybe it was a wrong number that turned into something weirder when the guy realized I was freaked out. Maybe it was nothing. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I still think about those eyes, about how he knew my name, about the way he described watching me through my kitchen window. And sometimes when my phone rings, especially from a number I don't recognize, my heart still stops for a second. Because the thing that scares me most isn't the calls themselves. It's not knowing if they've really stopped or if he's just waiting, watching, planning something worse. I still keep my blinds closed. I still check the locks twice before bed. And sometimes, when I'm walking to my car in the dark, I can't shake the feeling that someone's behind me, watching with those wide, unblinking eyes. I don't know if I'll ever get another call. Part of me hopes I do, just so I can maybe get some answers. But mostly, I hope he's gone for good, whoever he was. Because I still can't explain how he knew my name, how he got my number twice, or what he wanted from me. And I'm scared that someday I might find out. Story 11. I've never told this story to many people because it sounds so ridiculous when I say it out loud, but I swear every word of it is true. I still get chills thinking about it, even though it happened 3 years ago. I used to work at this small electronics store called Circuit City, not the big chain that went out of business, just a local place with the same name, in Pinecrest. It was this tiny shop wedged between a nail salon and a sandwich place in one of those aging strip malls that seemed to be hanging on by a thread. Most days were pretty chill. We'd get maybe 20 or 30 customers total, and usually it was just me and one other person handling the whole store. The owner, Gary, was pretty laid back about everything except theft. He was paranoid about shoplifters. Black Friday was a whole different animal, though. Gary would run these insane deals, like seriously undercutting even the big box stores, and word had gotten around over the years. For that one day, our little shop turned into absolute chaos. We'd have all 4 employees working, and it was still barely enough. That particular Black Friday, I pulled up at 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, ridiculous, I know. And found Jeff, Allison, and Brandon already waiting in the parking lot. Jeff was the assistant manager, this older guy in his 40s who'd been working there forever. The others were college kids like me, just trying to make some extra cash. We were all clutching coffee cups and looking like zombies in the glow of the streetlights. The temperature was in the low 30s that morning, and I remember being able to see my breath in the blue-black darkness. Gary had already set up most of the displays the night before, so we just had to count the register drawers, make sure all the sale signs were correct, and brace ourselves for the onslaught. Our store was tiny, maybe 40 feet deep by 25 feet wide. We had shelves along all the walls, a few tables in the middle with smaller items, and a desk at the front with 2 registers. There was a line divider to keep people in a single queue, and a small door behind the registers that led to our back room. That back room was just storage. Boxes of inventory, a tiny bathroom, a mini fridge, and a back exit that led to the alley, where deliveries came in. It was always a complete mess back there, with barely enough room to turn around with all the overstock piled up. By 5:45, there was already a line of about 50 people outside. We opened at 6, and the second Jeff unlocked the door, people just flooded in. It was like a dam breaking. Within minutes, I couldn't even see the back wall of the store. Customers were squeezing past each other, grabbing items off shelves, asking questions all at once. The noise level was insane, this constant buzz of voices all trying to talk over each other. I started on register duty with Allison, while Jeff and Brandon worked the floor. After about 2 hours of non-stop scanning and bagging, my eyes were glazed over, and my cheeks hurt from forced smiling. Around 8:30, Jeff tapped me on the shoulder and told me to switch with Brandon so I could help customers on the floor instead. The sales floor wasn't any better. Every few seconds, someone would grab my arm, asking where something was, or if we had more of a particular item in stock. I must have explained our wireless speaker sale to 20 different people in the span of 10 minutes. It was around 9:15 when I first noticed him. I was helping this older woman figure out which tablet would be best for her grandkids when I caught movement near the back room door out of the corner of my eye. When I looked over, I saw this tall guy, maybe 6'2", heavy-set with a dark green jacket, slip through the door to our back room. At first, I thought maybe it was one of our vendors or something, but then I remembered it was Black Friday. We weren't expecting any deliveries. Plus, that door was supposed to be locked from the sales floor side. We always kept it locked during business hours. I excused myself from the woman I was helping and tried to make my way to the back, which was like trying to swim upstream in a river of people. It took me almost a full minute to push through the crowd. When I finally got to the back room door, I found it unlocked. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The cramped space was its usual disaster. Stacks of boxes creating narrow pathways, the fluorescent light flickering the way it always did. But there was no sign of the man in the green jacket. "Hello?" I called out, moving deeper into the room. Nothing. I checked the bathroom. Empty. The back door was still locked from the inside with the deadbolt in place, so he couldn't have gone out that way. I stood there completely confused for a moment. I was certain I'd seen someone come in here. The only explanation I could think of was that he'd already slipped back out to the sales floor while I was fighting my way through the crowd. I went back out front and pulled Jeff aside near the register area. "Hey, did you see a big guy in a green jacket come out of the back room?" I asked. Jeff frowned. "No one should be back there. Are you sure that's what you saw?" "Positive. He just walked right in like he owned the place." "Well, nothing seems to be missing up here. Maybe check if anything's gone from the back." I nodded and was about to turn away when I spotted him again, the same man emerging from the back room. Our eyes met for a split second before he ducked back inside. I felt this cold wave wash over me. Something was definitely wrong. "There he is," I said, grabbing Jeff's arm. "He just went back in." Jeff's expression changed immediately. "I'll watch the front. Go check it out, but be careful. Call out if you need help." I headed back to the storage room, moving more quickly this time. When I opened the door, the room appeared empty again. I moved carefully between the stacks of boxes, checking each narrow pathway. The place wasn't that big, maybe 15 feet by 12 feet, but the haphazardly stacked inventory created all these little alcoves and blind spots. "I know you're in here," I called out, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "You need to leave. This area is for employees only." Silence. I moved deeper into the room toward the back door. It was still locked from the inside. I checked the bathroom again, still empty. I was starting to doubt myself at this point. Maybe the stress and lack of sleep were making me see things. That's when I felt it. This subtle shift in the air behind me, like when you can sense someone's presence before you actually see them. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I turned around slowly, and there he was, standing at the end of the narrow pathway between boxes. He was bigger than I'd initially thought. His green jacket was zipped up to his chin despite the heat in the small room. He had this round, pale face with small eyes that seemed to be looking through me rather than at me, and he was completely, unnervingly silent. "Hey," I said, my voice coming out higher than normal. "You can't be back here. This is staff only." He didn't respond. He just stood there, staring. Then he took a step toward me. "Seriously, man, you need to go back to the sales floor." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Another step forward. No change in his expression. "What are you doing? Did you need something?" I asked, taking a step backward, bumping into a stack of printer boxes. He took another step, and another. Slow, deliberate movements, never breaking eye contact, never speaking. I couldn't understand what was happening. Why wouldn't he say anything? What did he want? I was cornered now, with the locked back door behind me and this silent, hulking stranger advancing. I was just about to shout for Jeff when the door from the sales floor swung open. "Hey, what's going on back here?" Jeff's voice cut through the tension like a knife. The man's head snapped toward the sound. In that instant, his blank expression cracked, revealing something that looked like panic. In one fluid motion, he turned and bolted toward the back door, fumbling with the deadbolt before I could even process what was happening. He slammed through the door and disappeared into the alley behind the store. Jeff rushed over to me, asking if I was okay, but I just pushed past him and ran to the back door, which was now standing wide open. I looked out into the alley, but there was no sign of the man. He had vanished. We called the police, of course, but with the Black Friday madness, it took them over an hour to arrive. We checked the inventory as best we could, but nothing seemed to be missing. The security cameras were a joke. We only had one that covered the register area, nothing in the back room or the alley. The rest of the day passed in a blur of customers and transactions, but I couldn't shake the image of that man's face from my mind. His blank stare, his deliberate movements, his complete silence. It was like something out of a nightmare. The police filed a report, but didn't seem particularly concerned since nothing was stolen. They suggested he might have been looking for a bathroom or trying to find a place to shoot up. But that didn't explain his behavior when I confronted him. I've replayed that day in my mind 1,000 times since then. I realized later that he must have been hiding behind that tall stack of TV boxes in the corner, the one blind spot I hadn't checked properly. But why? What was he doing there? Was he waiting for an opportunity to steal something? Was he planning to come back after we closed? The part that still haunts me is his face, that empty expression that only changed when Jeff appeared. It was like he wasn't even seeing me as a person, just an obstacle in his way. I quit that job a month later. I told myself it was because of the poor pay and the long hours. But deep down, I knew it was because I couldn't stand being in that back room anymore. Every time I went in there, I found myself checking behind the boxes, looking over my shoulder, half expecting to turn around and find him standing there again, staring at me with those empty eyes. To this day, I have no idea who he was or what he wanted. Sometimes I think maybe it was nothing, just some weird guy looking for something to steal. But other times, especially late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if his intentions were something much worse. And I wonder if he's still out there, slipping into back rooms, standing silently behind unsuspecting people, waiting. Story 12. I still can't sleep properly 3 weeks later. Every time I close my eyes, I can smell that earthy, rotten odor again. I've tried talking to my parents about what happened, but how do you even begin to explain something like this? They'd think I was making it up, or that Ethan and I were playing some elaborate game. We weren't. I wish we were. It all started at the beginning of summer break. My family had just moved to this small town surrounded by dense forest, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and there's literally nothing for a 13-year-old to do. Ethan lived 2 houses down from us. He was the only other kid my age on the street, so naturally, we started hanging out. One afternoon in early June, we were riding our bikes along the outskirts of town when Ethan suddenly veered off the main trail. I followed him down this barely visible path that I'd never noticed before. We rode for about 15 minutes, pushing deeper into the woods until the trail opened up to reveal what looked like an abandoned property. "Dude, check this out," Ethan said, dropping his bike. "I found this place last week. Nobody comes here anymore." It was incredible, like something out of a forgotten fairy tale. There was a crumbling stone wall surrounding what must have once been an estate. Nature had completely reclaimed it. Vines crawled up the remains of what might have been a guest house. A dilapidated gazebo sat half-collapsed near what used to be a reflecting pool, now just a concrete depression filled with leaves and rainwater. "Who owned this place?" I asked, running my hand along the moss-covered stones. "No idea," Ethan shrugged. My dad says some rich family owned a bunch of land out here like 50 years ago, but they just disappeared one day, left everything behind. We spent hours exploring that first day. There were stone pathways leading to different areas of the property, most of them broken or completely covered by underbrush. We found rusted garden tools, pieces of old furniture being swallowed by the forest, even a stone statue of a woman that had fallen and broken in half. The place became our secret headquarters. Over the next couple of weeks, we'd ride out there almost every day. We built a fort using fallen branches and some old tarps we brought from home. We pretended we were explorers who had discovered a lost civilization. I know it sounds childish, but in a town with nothing to do, this abandoned estate was like finding buried treasure. About 2 weeks into our daily explorations, we noticed something we hadn't paid attention to before. At the far end of the property, maybe 100 yards past the ruins of what was probably the main house, stood a wall of bamboo. And I don't mean a few bamboo plants. I'm talking about a dense, impenetrable wall that formed a perfect circle about 50 feet in diameter. "That's weird," I said, approaching the bamboo. "Everything else here is wild and overgrown, but this looks deliberate." Ethan nodded. "Yeah, bamboo doesn't even grow naturally around here. Someone planted this." The bamboo towered at least 20 feet high, and the stalks were packed so tightly together that we couldn't see through them at all. We circled around the entire perimeter, but there was no entrance, no break in the wall of bamboo. "What do you think is in there?" I asked. "Only one way to find out," Ethan replied with that mischievous grin of his. "Tomorrow, let's bring some garden shears and cut our way in." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that perfect circle of bamboo standing unnaturally in the middle of the abandoned property. Why would someone create that? What were they trying to keep inside or keep out? The next morning, I grabbed my dad's garden shears from the garage, and Ethan brought a small hatchet his family used for camping. We rode to our secret spot, our tools clanking in our backpacks. The day was unusually still, no bird song, no rustling leaves, almost as if the forest was holding its breath. When we reached the bamboo wall, Ethan immediately started hacking at the stalks with his hatchet. I used the shears to clip away at the pieces he loosened. The bamboo was surprisingly tough, and the work was harder than we expected. After about 20 minutes, our arms were tired, and we'd only managed to create a small opening. "This is taking forever," I complained, wiping sweat from my forehead. "Just a little more," Ethan insisted. "We're almost through." After another half hour, we'd finally created an archway large enough to crawl through. Ethan went first, dropping to his hands and knees and disappearing into the bamboo. I hesitated for a moment, feeling a strange reluctance that I couldn't explain before following him. What we found inside made me freeze in place. The interior of the bamboo circle was nothing like the wild, overgrown forest surrounding it. The ground was covered in a perfect carpet of clovers, not patchy or random, but a uniform blanket of green that looked almost artificial in its perfection. The air inside felt different too, still and heavy, carrying a faint scent like wet soil after rain. But the most disturbing feature was the statues. Scattered throughout the clearing were about a dozen knee-high fairy statues, each standing on what looked like stone mushroom pedestals. They were positioned in a rough circle, all facing inward. And every single one had its face smashed in, not weathered or eroded, but deliberately shattered. Stone fragments lay in the clover beneath each statue, as if someone had taken a hammer to their faces not long ago. "What the hell?" Ethan whispered, moving toward one of the statues. Who would do this? I didn't answer. My attention had been drawn to the center of the clearing. There, partially obscured by vines, was a massive stone structure that looked disturbingly like a coffin or sarcophagus. It was about 8 feet long and 4 feet wide, with worn carvings covering its surface. The lid was a single massive slab of stone that must have weighed hundreds of pounds. "Ethan," I called, my voice sounding strangely muffled in the stillness of the clearing. "Look at this." He joined me beside the stone coffin. We both stood there for a long moment, just staring at it. The carvings were unlike anything I'd ever seen. Not letters exactly, but strange symbols that seemed to flow and twist across the surface. "Can we open it?" Ethan asked, already placing his hands on the edge of the lid. I grabbed his arm. "Are you crazy? We don't know what's in there." "Probably nothing," he shrugged. "This place has been abandoned for decades, remember?" Together we pushed against the massive stone lid. It didn't budge even a fraction of an inch. We tried again, straining until our faces turned red. But it was like trying to move a mountain. "It's too heavy," I said, relief washing over me. "We'd need like 10 adults to move this thing." Ethan looked disappointed but nodded. "Let's check out the rest of this place then." We spent about an hour exploring the clearing, examining the faceless statues and the perfect clover carpet. The whole time I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every few minutes, I'd glance back at the stone coffin, half expecting to see the lid sliding open on its own. "We should go," I finally said. "It's getting late, and my mom wants me home for dinner." "Yeah, okay," Ethan agreed, though I could tell he was reluctant to leave. "But we should come back tomorrow. We could build an awesome fort in here. No one would ever find us." I wasn't sure I wanted to come back, but I didn't say that. Instead, I just nodded and followed him back through our makeshift bamboo archway. That night, I had terrible nightmares. I dreamed I was trapped inside the stone coffin, pounding on the lid as something with cold, wet hands grabbed at my ankles. I woke up gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. Despite my reservations, the next morning I found myself riding my bike back toward the abandoned property with Ethan. We'd brought hammers, nails, and some old wooden planks from his garage to build our fort inside the bamboo circle. The sky was darker than usual, heavy with the promise of a summer storm. "We'd better hurry," Ethan said, glancing up at the clouds as we approached the bamboo wall. "Looks like it's gonna pour soon." We crawled through our archway into the clearing. Everything was exactly as we'd left it. The clover carpet, the faceless statues, the ominous stone coffin in the center. We started working on our fort near the edge of the clearing, hammering planks together to form a simple structure. The sound of our hammers echoed strangely in the silence of the bamboo ring. I was nailing 2 boards together when I noticed Ethan had stopped working. He was staring toward the center of the clearing, his face pale. "What?" I asked, following his gaze. And then I saw it. The lid of the stone coffin had moved, not completely off, just shifted aside by maybe 6 inches, creating a narrow gap along one edge. The vines that had draped across the seam were broken, hanging limply down the side of the coffin. Did we do that yesterday?" I whispered, my mouth suddenly dry. Ethan shook his head slowly. "No way. We couldn't move it at all, remember?" We both stood frozen, staring at that narrow gap. A moment later, a gust of wind carried a smell from the opening, a stale, earthy odor that made my stomach turn. It reminded me of the time I'd found a dead raccoon under our porch, but worse, older, and somehow hungrier. "Something came out of there," Ethan said, his voice cracking. As if responding to his words, a low rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. Fat raindrops began to fall, pattering against the leaves of the bamboo. "We need to go," I said, already backing toward our exit. "Now." For once, Ethan didn't argue. We abandoned our tools and building materials, scrambling on hands and knees through the bamboo archway, just as the rain began to fall in earnest. We ran to our bikes, not looking back, not speaking. The storm hit full force as we pedaled furiously toward town. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the forest in brief, terrifying flashes. The rain was so heavy I could barely see the path, but I kept going, driven by a primal fear I couldn't name. I haven't been back to the abandoned property since that day. Neither has Ethan. We've never even talked about what we saw, what might have emerged from that stone coffin. Sometimes I catch him looking at me like he wants to bring it up, but then he just shakes his head and changes the subject. Last week I overheard my parents talking about a missing hiker in the forest. The search parties found his backpack and one boot, but no other trace. I wanted to tell them about the bamboo circle, about the stone coffin with its lid pushed aside, but how could I? They'd never believe me. Instead, I lie awake at night, listening to the sounds outside my window, wondering if whatever came out of that coffin is still out there in the forest. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can smell that same earthy, ancient odor seeping through my bedroom window. Story 13. I still can't walk past that stretch of Parkfield Road without feeling sick to my stomach. It's been 6 months since everything happened, but the memory of that man's face and his words still haunt me. For context, I've lived in Liverpool for about 3 years now, in a small flat near Prince's Park. It's a beautiful area, lots of green space, decent pubs, and within walking distance of most places I need to be. I work from home as a web developer, so daily walks became essential for my sanity. There's only so much time you can spend staring at code before you start to lose your mind. My usual route took me through parts of Prince's Park, then along Parkfield Road, this lovely street lined with these massive Georgian houses that have mostly been converted into flats and offices. It's one of those roads that makes you appreciate Liverpool's architecture. Tall windows, ornate doorways, the works. I'd usually do this walk around 4 in the afternoon, just to clear my head after work and get some fresh air. It was early February, absolutely freezing when I first saw him. The weather had been miserable for days, that kind of bone-chilling cold that seems to seep through every layer of clothing. I remember I was wearing my thickest coat and still shivering. He was standing on the pavement, just staring. Not at anything in particular, just staring ahead. Middle-aged bloke, maybe early 50s, with this weathered face and patchy gray beard. He was wearing a long dark coat that had seen better days and clutching a worn leather-bound book. Something about him immediately put me on edge. It wasn't that he looked dangerous or anything. He just had this intensity about him, like he was vibrating with some kind of contained energy. I'm not the type to cross the street to avoid people, so I just kept walking, planning to pass him without making eye contact. But as I got closer, he suddenly turned and looked directly at me, as if he'd been waiting for me specifically. That's when he said it, in this eerily calm voice. "They're all burning in one big pile, and every day there's more and more." I was so caught off guard that I just mumbled something like "right, mate," and quickened my pace. My heart was racing. It wasn't just what he said, but the absolute conviction in his voice, like he was describing something he'd actually seen. I kept walking without looking back, but I could feel his eyes on me until I turned the corner. When I got home, I tried to shake it off. Liverpool, like any city, has its fair share of odd characters. I told myself he was probably just someone with mental health issues who needed help. Or maybe he was referring to something completely innocent that sounded creepy out of context. But I couldn't get his words out of my head. They're all burning in one big pile. What the hell was that supposed to mean? It had this biblical quality to it, like something from an old fire and brimstone sermon. I even Googled the phrase that night, wondering if it was from some religious text, but nothing specific came up. For the next few days, I altered my route slightly, cutting through a different street. I told myself it wasn't because I was avoiding him. I just fancied a change. Deep down, though, I knew those words had gotten under my skin more than I wanted to admit. About a week later, I went back to my normal route. Part of me was curious to see if he'd be there again, while another part was hoping he was just passing through and would be long gone. Parkfield Road was quiet that day. No sign of him. I felt a mixture of relief and, oddly, disappointment. The encounter had been weird, but it had also been interesting. I don't know how to explain it. Life went on. Work got busy, the weather improved slightly, and the strange man faded from my immediate thoughts, though he'd occasionally pop into my mind during my walks. Then, about 2 months later, it was early April by then, I saw him again. This time, he wasn't alone. He was standing with 2 women outside one of the buildings on Parkfield Road. All 3 were holding those same leather-bound books. The women were reading aloud from them, while he stood silently between them, surveying the street with those intense eyes. Something made me slow down as I approached. Maybe it was morbid curiosity, or maybe I wanted to make sense of our previous encounter. As I got closer, I realized they were standing outside a small, unassuming building with a discreet sign I'd never properly noticed before. Daffodil Clinic. Just as I was about to pass them, the man recognized me. His eyes lit up with this unsettling recognition, and he stepped forward, blocking my path slightly. "Do you remember what I told you?" he asked, his voice just as calm and certain as before. I nodded, just wanting to get past without any trouble. "Every day, more souls join the pile," he continued. "Right there." He pointed to the clinic door. "Every single day." That's when it clicked. The Daffodil Clinic was an abortion provider. I'd walked past it countless times without realizing what it was. It was deliberately low-key, probably because of people exactly like this man. I felt my stomach turn. "That's a really horrible thing to say," I told him, finding my voice. "It's the truth," he replied, without a hint of doubt. "They're burning, all of them, the unborn children." One of the women with him started to say something about sin and redemption, but I cut her off. "You don't know anything about the people who go in there or what they're going through," I said, my voice shaking slightly. I'm not normally confrontational, but something about his calm certainty in saying such awful things made my blood boil. The man's expression didn't change. He just stared at me with those penetrating eyes and said, "I know where they're going, where all of them are going." I walked away feeling physically sick. It wasn't just what he was saying. It was the absolute conviction behind it. This wasn't someone playing a role or trying to shock people. He genuinely believed these horrible things. When I got home, I looked up the Daffodil Clinic online. It was indeed a sexual health clinic that provided abortion services among other health care. Their website mentioned they'd recently had issues with protesters, though they didn't go into specifics. I couldn't stop thinking about the women who might have to walk past that man and his companions to access health care. Imagine being in what's already likely one of the most difficult situations of your life, only to have someone tell you that what you're doing is sending babies to burn in hell. The cruelty of it was staggering. For the next few weeks, I took a completely different route for my walks. I didn't want to see that man again, didn't want to hear whatever other horrible things he might say. But I also couldn't stop thinking about the clinic and the people who might be getting harassed there. About 3 weeks later, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to walk past the clinic again, partly to see if he was still there, and partly because I'd started to feel like a coward for changing my route. This was my neighborhood too, after all. As I approached the familiar stretch of Parkfield Road, I noticed a small crowd gathered outside the Daffodil Clinic. My heart sank, thinking the situation had escalated. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't protesters. It was 2 police officers and what looked like clinic staff. I slowed down, trying to figure out what was happening without being too obvious about my interest. That's when I overheard one of the staff members talking to a police officer. "He's been getting more aggressive," she was saying. "Yesterday, he blocked a patient's path completely and wouldn't let her pass until she spoke to him. She was in tears by the time she got inside." The officer was nodding and taking notes. "And you've identified him as the same individual from the previous incidents?" "Definitely. The tall one with the gray beard. He's the ringleader. The others are intimidating, but he's the one who says the most disturbing things." I kept walking, not wanting to eavesdrop too obviously, but I'd heard enough to know they were talking about my man from Parkfield Road. Later that evening, I checked the local news online and found a small article about it. A man had been arrested for harassment outside a women's health clinic in South Liverpool. The article didn't name him, but it mentioned that there had been multiple complaints about aggressive behavior and graphic language used to intimidate patients. I felt a complicated mix of emotions: relief that someone had taken action, sadness that it had gotten to that point, and a lingering unease about the whole situation. I'm not religious, but I respect that people have different beliefs. What I can't respect is using those beliefs to terrorize vulnerable people. The next day I walked past the clinic again. There were no protesters, just the unassuming building with its discreet sign and people going about their day. It felt almost anticlimactic. But as I was walking home, taking my usual route through Prince's Park, I saw a familiar figure sitting alone on a bench. It was him, the man from Parkfield Road. He wasn't holding his book this time. He just sat there, staring out at the park with those same intense eyes. My heart started pounding. Part of me wanted to avoid him entirely, but another part wanted closure, understanding. I'm still not sure. Before I could decide what to do, he noticed me and our eyes met. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he smiled, not a warm smile, but not threatening either. Just a small acknowledgement. He didn't call out to me or try to approach me. He just nodded slightly and turned his gaze back to the park. I kept walking, my mind racing. Had he been released already? Was he not supposed to be near the clinic anymore? Should I report seeing him? In the end, I didn't do anything. I haven't seen him since that day in the park, though I've heard from a neighbor who works in healthcare that the protesters have moved to another clinic in a different part of the city. But I still think about him and those words. They're all burning in one big pile, and every day there's more and more. The absolute certainty in his voice, the unwavering belief that he was right and everyone else was wrong. I still take my walks along Parkfield Road, past the Daffodil Clinic. Sometimes I nod to the staff if they're outside. They don't know my connection to the whole situation, but it feels important somehow to acknowledge them, to be a friendly face rather than an intimidating one. But I can't help scanning the street as I walk, half expecting to see him again. His words still echo in my head sometimes, especially when I'm alone. Not because I believe them, but because I can't fathom the mindset of someone who would say such things to people who are already suffering. To this day, I don't know what drove that man to spend his days terrorizing vulnerable women. Was it genuine religious conviction, mental illness, a need for power and control, or some toxic combination of all three? I'll never know. But the memory of his calm, certain voice still makes my skin crawl. Story 14. I still don't sleep well. It's been almost 3 weeks since that night at Midnight Enterprises, and every time I close my eyes, I hear it again. That scream. I've worked at Midnight Enterprises for almost 2 years now as an inventory manager. It's this massive retail and warehouse complex just off the highway, the kind of place that sells everything from furniture to electronics to garden supplies. Nothing special, just your average big box store with a decent-sized warehouse attached to the back. Management likes to call it the complex, like it's some fancy operation, but it's just a store with extra steps. My office is tucked away in the back corner of the warehouse section, a glorified closet with a desk, computer, and enough room for me to spin my chair around without hitting the walls. It's isolated, which I usually like because I can focus on inventory counts without customers or other employees bothering me. The night shift is pretty quiet too. Just a skeleton crew of about 8 people spread throughout the building. That night 3 weeks ago was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd been putting off our quarterly inventory count, and Tuesday was my deadline. My boss, Alan, had been on my case about getting it done, so I told him I'd stay late to finish it. Just me, alone in my little office, with a spreadsheet and a bad cup of coffee. By 11:30 at night, the store had been closed for an hour and a half. The cleaning crew had finished their rounds and left. It was just me and a few other night staff, Jessica at customer service handling online orders, Raj doing restocking in electronics, Tom, our maintenance guy, fixing some shelving in housewares, Marcus in security, and a couple of others in the warehouse pulling orders for tomorrow's deliveries. I was hunched over my keyboard, eyes burning from staring at Excel for 4 straight hours. The fluorescent light above my desk buzzed with that annoying frequency that drills into your brain after a while. The ventilation system hummed. Outside my office, the warehouse was dead quiet, except for the occasional beep of a forklift backing up somewhere in the distance. That's when I heard it. At exactly midnight, I know because I looked at my computer clock the second it happened. A scream tore through the silence. It wasn't just any scream. It was the kind that freezes your blood and sends electric shocks up your spine. High-pitched, raw, desperate. A woman's voice crying out in absolute terror or agony, and it sounded like it came from right outside my office door. I nearly fell out of my chair. My heart started hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The scream felt wrong, like it had clawed its way inside my head and nested there. It wasn't fading from my ears like normal sounds do. For several seconds, I just sat there, unable to move. My office suddenly felt like a trap. The door was only a few feet away, but it might as well have been miles. What if she, whoever screamed, was still out there? What if someone was hurt? Or worse, what if someone was attacking her? I grabbed the only potential weapon nearby, a heavy three-hole punch, and forced myself to stand up on shaky legs. My mouth had gone completely dry. I couldn't even swallow. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob, turned it slowly, and cracked the door open. Nothing. Just the empty warehouse corridor, dimly lit by security lights. Rows of metal shelving stretched into the distance, creating long shadows. But no person, no source for that terrible scream. I stepped fully into the hallway, the concrete floor cold even through my shoes. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and pathetic in the vast space. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" No response, just the distant hum of the building's systems. That's when my walkie-talkie crackled to life, making me jump and nearly drop the three-hole punch. "Did anyone else hear that?" It was Jessica's voice, high and frightened, coming through from the sales floor. Before I could respond, Marcus from security chimed in. I heard it too, sounded like a woman screaming. "I'm checking the cameras now." Then Raj. It was right in my ear, man, like someone was standing right next to me. Tom's gruff voice came next. "Same here. Housewares section is empty though." One by one, every staff member confirmed they'd heard the exact same scream, all at the same time, all perfectly clear, as if the source had been right next to each of them, no matter where they were in the building. That's when I remembered something that sent ice water through my veins. When I first started at Midnight Enterprises, during my orientation, a guy named David Miller who worked in appliances had pulled me aside. He had this serious look on his face when he told me, "Don't stay here alone after hours if you can help it. Place is haunted." I'd laughed it off, of course. Every workplace has that person who tries to scare the newbies. David had insisted that employees had reported hearing a woman screaming for help, especially in the older parts of the building where my office was located. According to him, before Midnight Enterprises was built 5 years ago, there had been an old manufacturing plant on the same spot that had burned down in the 1980s. A woman had supposedly died in that fire, trapped in an office and screaming for help that never came. I dismissed it as complete bullshit at the time. David left about 6 months later for another job, and I'd completely forgotten about his warning until that moment. Jessica's voice came through the walkie-talkie again, breaking my paralysis. "I think we should all meet in the break room, right now." That seemed like a good idea, safety and numbers and all that. I hurried through the warehouse, still clutching my pathetic three-hole punch weapon, jumping at every shadow. The corridors seemed longer than usual, the darkness deeper in the corners. When I arrived at the break room, everyone else was already there. Jessica was pacing back and forth, arms wrapped around herself. Raj sat at the table, staring at his hands. Tom stood by the coffee machine, not making coffee, just standing there with his massive arms crossed. Marcus had brought his security tablet and was scrolling through camera feeds with a confused expression. "I can't find anything," he said as I walked in. "No signs of entry, no motion detected anywhere except for us moving around." "So what the hell was that?" Jessica asked, her voice shaking. "We all heard the same exact thing at the same exact time. How is that possible?" Tom finally spoke up, his voice unusually quiet. "The walkie-talkies." We all looked at him. "It came through the walkie-talkies," he said, holding his up. "Couldn't have been anything else. We were all in different parts of the building, but we all heard it the same way, like it was right next to us." Raj shook his head. "That's impossible. We all have our walkies accounted for. No one else has access to our channel, and it didn't sound like it came through a speaker. It was too clear, too real." He was right. The scream hadn't had that tinny quality that voices normally have when they come through the walkie-talkies. It had been crystal clear, like the woman was standing right beside me. But Tom's explanation was the only one that made any logical sense. "Marcus," I said, my mouth still dry, "can you check if anyone accessed the building's intercom system?" He tapped on his tablet. "Already looked. Nothing. And anyway, the intercom sounds different. We'd know if it was that." The six of us sat in silence for a moment. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The vending machine hummed in the corner. Normal sounds that suddenly felt threatening. "Maybe it was some kind of prank?" Jessica suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. "Some prank," Raj muttered. "How would someone hack all our walkies at once and make it sound that real?" I couldn't hold back anymore. "Has anyone else heard the story about this place being haunted? About a woman who died here in a fire before they built this place?" The looks on their faces told me everything. They'd all heard it. "David told you too, huh?" Tom said. "He told all the new people. Management hated it. But it's just a story," Jessica said, though she didn't sound convinced. "There's always a ghost story about every workplace." Marcus put down his tablet. "Actually, there was a fire here in 1983. The old Westbrook manufacturing plant burned down. I looked it up when I first heard the rumors. 2 people died, including a woman named Eleanor Kramer. She was working late in the administrative office, which would have been..." He pointed vaguely in the direction of where my office now stood. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the break room's overactive air conditioning. Raj suddenly stood up. "Nope, not doing this. I'm calling Alan and telling him we need to leave. This is above my pay grade." Before he could reach for his phone, all our walkie-talkies crackled simultaneously with static. We froze. The static continued for about 10 seconds, then stopped abruptly. "Fuck this," Raj said, reaching for the break room phone instead. As he dialed, the lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized. I felt a pressure in my ears, like when you're on an airplane that's descending too quickly. Jessica let out a small whimper. Then it happened again. The scream, that same blood-curdling, soul-piercing scream, but this time it wasn't coming through our walkie-talkies. It was coming from every speaker in the building at once. The intercoms, the phones, even the tiny speaker on Marcus's tablet. It was everywhere, surrounding us, drowning us in someone else's terror. And beneath the scream, almost too quiet to hear, were words. "Help me, I'm still here. Please help me." The scream cut off as suddenly as it had started. Raj dropped the phone like it had burned him. The line was dead anyway. I could hear the dial tone from where I was sitting. We all looked at each other, pale-faced and shaking. No one wanted to say what we were all thinking. Something supernatural had just reached out to us through every electronic device in the building. Something that shouldn't exist. Something that wanted our help. The rest of that night is a blur. We left everything. Incomplete inventory counts, restocking carts, half-finished tasks, and got out of there as fast as we could. None of us wanted to be alone, so we all went to a 24-hour diner down the road and sat there until sunrise, barely talking, just needing to be around. Other living people and normal sounds. I've been back to work since then because I need the job. Management conducted an investigation after we reported what happened, claiming it was just a technology glitch, some crossed wires or system feedback. They even had a technician come in to check all the communications equipment. Everything was normal, they said, nothing to worry about. But things aren't the same. I requested a transfer to a different office in the main retail area, away from the warehouse, away from where Eleanor Kramer might have died. Jessica switched to day shift. Raj quit last week with no notice. I don't stay late anymore, not ever, and none of us use our walkie-talkies unless absolutely necessary, because we all know what really happened that night, even if no one wants to admit it. Sometimes, when I'm alone in a quiet room, I can still hear that scream echoing in my head. I can still hear those words asking for help. And I wonder if Eleanor Kramer is still trapped in Midnight Enterprises somehow, endlessly reliving the moment of her death, and now forcing us to share in her eternal torment. I still don't know what she wants us to do. I don't know how to help someone who died almost 40 years ago. All I know is that whatever is in that building isn't at rest, and I'm terrified that one day she'll find another way to reach out to us, maybe even follow us home. Story 15. I still can't explain what happened last summer on the Pacific Crest Trail. I've gone over it in my head 1,000 times, and every possible explanation I come up with just leads to more questions. My buddies Mark and Chris had been planning this 3-day hike for months. We're all pretty experienced hikers, but with our jobs and families, it's getting harder to coordinate these trips. We finally managed to get a long weekend in August when all 3 of us could get away. The first day was perfect, mid-70s, clear skies, not too humid. The trail was challenging enough to be satisfying, but not so difficult that we couldn't enjoy ourselves. We set out around 8 in the morning, each carrying about 30 pounds of gear. Mark kept us entertained with his crazy theories about why our hometown baseball team was having such a terrible season, while Chris argued that it was simply bad management. I mostly listened, enjoying the scenery and the familiar rhythm of putting one foot in front of the other. By late afternoon, we'd covered nearly 12 miles and found a perfect spot to camp near a stream. It was slightly off the main trail, maybe 50 yards or so, but still easy enough to get back on track the next morning. The area had clearly been used by other hikers before. There was an established fire pit ringed with stones and a relatively flat area for our tents. After dropping our packs, we started setting up camp. Mark and Chris volunteered to gather firewood and get a campfire going while I went down to the stream to wash up. I was absolutely drenched in sweat from the day's hike and wanted to at least rinse my face and arms. The stream was maybe 20 feet from our campsite, down a slight embankment. The water was cold and crystal clear, moving fast enough that you could hear it bubbling over the rocks. I took off my shirt, my watch, and this chain my girlfriend had given me for our anniversary, setting them on a flat rock next to the stream. The watch wasn't anything fancy, just a Timex I'd had for a couple years with a simple blue face and a worn leather band. I splashed water on my face and arms, enjoying how refreshing it felt after sweating all day. I must have spent about 10 minutes there before heading back to camp, where Mark and Chris had already gotten a decent fire going. It wasn't until we were sitting around the fire cooking dinner that I realized I'd left my watch behind. I told the guys I'd be right back and hurried down to the stream with my headlamp. But when I got there, the watch was gone. The shirt and chain were exactly where I'd left them, but no watch. I spent a good 20 minutes searching the area. I checked under nearby rocks, thinking maybe an animal had nudged it or something. I even waded into the stream a bit, thinking it might have fallen in. Nothing. Eventually I gave up and went back to camp. "Any luck?" Chris asked when I returned. "Nah," I said. "It's gone. Maybe it fell in the stream." Mark shrugged. "It's just a watch, man. Not like it was a Rolex or anything." He was right. It wasn't an expensive watch, and I tried not to let it bother me. We finished our dinner, had a couple beers, and stayed up talking until around 11 before turning in. The rest of the trip went smoothly. We hiked another 10 miles the next day, set up camp at another spot, and then covered the final 8 miles on the third day. By early afternoon on that last day, we were nearing the end of the trail. Our cars were parked at a small lot that served as both the starting and ending point for this particular loop of the PCT. We were maybe 100 yards from the parking lot when Chris suddenly stopped walking. "Hey, what's that?" he said, pointing ahead. Mark and I followed his gaze. There was something hanging from a tree branch about 20 feet ahead of us, right alongside the trail. "Is that—" Mark started, but trailed off as we got closer. My stomach dropped. It was my watch. My missing watch was dangling from a branch that crossed over the trail, about 6.5 feet off the ground, just high enough that I'd have to jump a little to reach it. We all stopped and stared at it, completely confused. "What the hell?" I said. "How is that possible?" The watch was tied to the branch with what looked like its own strap, loosely looped around so it hung down. It was definitely my watch. I could see the small scratch on the face from where I'd bumped it against a door frame months ago. "Maybe someone found it by the stream and thought you'd see it on your way out," Chris suggested, but his voice made it clear he didn't really believe that. "Who would even know it was ours?" Mark asked. "And why not just leave it at the ranger station or something?" I approached the branch, feeling strangely hesitant. Something about the situation felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on why. Still, it was my watch, and I wanted it back. I jumped up and grabbed it with my right hand. That's when I felt it. This thick, cold slime covering the entire watch and strap. It was unlike anything I'd ever touched before. Not sticky like tree sap, but viscous and unnaturally cold. Almost like petroleum jelly that had been kept in a freezer, but more alive somehow. I immediately let go and wiped my hand on my pants, feeling disgusted. "What's wrong?" Mark asked, stepping closer. "It's covered in something," I said, showing them my hand, which was coated in a translucent, slightly bluish slime. Chris leaned in to look, but was careful not to touch it. "What is that? Slug trail, maybe?" But this wasn't anything like slug slime. It was too thick, too uniform, covering the entire watch. And there was a smell, faint but unmistakable, like stagnant water and something rotting. "I don't think that's from a slug," I said. "It's all over the watch, and it's really cold." Mark grabbed a stick and poked at the watch, causing it to swing slightly. More of the slime dripped down, landing on the trail with a sickening plop. "Dude, that's disgusting," Mark said, tossing the stick away. "Maybe some weird tree sap?" But we were standing under a pine tree. There was no sap like this, especially not cold sap. Besides, the watch wasn't stuck to the branch. It was deliberately tied there with its own strap. "Someone put it there," I said, the realization making my skin crawl. "Someone found my watch, covered it in whatever this is, and hung it here, knowing we'd pass by." We all looked around, suddenly aware of how isolated we were. Despite being close to the parking lot, we couldn't see it through the trees, and there was no one else on the trail as far as we could tell. "Let's just get back to the cars," Chris said, his earlier joking tone completely gone. "What about your watch?" Mark asked me. I looked at it dangling there, dripping with that unnatural slime, and felt a wave of revulsion. "Leave it. I don't want it anymore." We quickened our pace, no longer talking, each lost in our own thoughts. When we reached the parking lot, we practically threw our gear into our cars, eager to leave. As we were about to go our separate ways, Chris spoke up. "Guys, think about this for a second. That watch was missing for 3 days. We were miles away from where you lost it. There's no way someone could have found it, followed us all that way, and then gotten ahead of us to place it there. The implication hung in the air between us. If no one could have done that, then what had happened? Maybe some other hikers found it, and it was just a coincidence they put it there, Mark suggested, but none of us believed it. With that slime all over it? Who would do that? I asked. We had no answers, just an increasing desire to get away from that place. On the drive home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept wiping my hand on my jeans, still feeling the phantom sensation of that cold slime. When I got home, I immediately washed my hands with hot water and soap, scrubbing until my skin was red. That night, I researched every possible natural explanation for what the substance might have been. Tree sap, animal secretions, fungal growths. Nothing matched what I'd felt. I even looked into whether someone could have played a prank on us, but the logistics made no sense. How could anyone have found my watch, known it was mine, tracked our movements, and gotten ahead of us? I called Mark and Chris the next day, but they were as confused as I was. Chris joked weakly about forest ghosts, but I could tell he was just trying to lighten the mood. None of us had a rational explanation. I've been back hiking since then, but never on that section of the PCT, and I'm always careful with my belongings now, always double-checking that I have everything before moving on. But most importantly, I never hike alone anymore. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the mystery of how my watch got there. It's the implication that during those 3 days, something was aware of us, watching us, following us, knowing our route. Something that could take my possession without me noticing and return it in such a disturbing way. I've tried to convince myself it was just some weird coincidence or an elaborate prank. But in my gut, I know better. Whatever happened out there on the trail, it wasn't natural and it wasn't human. And the worst part is knowing that it's still out there, in those woods that I once found so peaceful. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd taken the watch back, if I'd pushed past my disgust and brought it home. Would whatever left that slime have followed me? Was leaving it behind the only reason I made it home safely? I'll never know for sure, but I'm glad I left it hanging there. I haven't worn a watch since. Story 16. I've been debating whether to post this for years. Even typing this makes my hands shake. I've never told the full story to anyone except my therapist, who I'm pretty sure thinks I had some kind of mental break. Maybe I did. But what I saw that day in the Alaskan wilderness was real. I know it was. I used to be an avid solo hiker and backpacker. Had been for about 15 years. Alaska was my playground. The further from civilization, the better. I prided myself on my survival skills, knew how to read the land, track animals, build shelters, find water, all that stuff. I'd spent more nights under the stars than I could count. The isolation never bothered me. It was what I craved. Just me and the wilderness. No cell service, no people, no problems. This happened 4 years ago in early September. The weather was perfect, cool but not cold, with that crisp autumn feeling in the air. I'd planned a 3-day trip to a remote spot about 5 hours from the nearest access point. It was a place I'd never been before, but I'd studied maps and satellite images. The area wasn't on any tourist trails or guidebooks, just pure untouched wilderness. I set out around 8 in the morning, my pack loaded with the usual gear, tent, sleeping bag, stove, food, first aid kit, GPS, and my .45. I always carried when heading into bear country. Better to have it and not need it, right? The first couple hours of the hike were peaceful. The forest was quiet except for the occasional bird call and the sound of my boots on the trail. The morning sun filtered through the trees, creating that beautiful dappled light on the forest floor. I remember feeling completely at peace. About 3 hours in, the trail started to get rougher. I was following what was barely a game trail at this point, pushing through thicker underbrush. The trees were older here, massive trunks reaching up to a canopy that blocked most of the sky. The light had changed, taking on that greenish quality you get in dense forests. The air felt different too, heavier somehow, like before a storm, but the sky was clear. That's when I saw him. I'd just crested a small rise in the trail when I spotted movement down the slope to my right, maybe 50 yards away. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a moose or even a bear, but as I focused, I realized it was a person, a man. Here's the thing. There shouldn't have been anyone else out there. I was at least 3 hours from the nearest trailhead, in an area that wasn't on any hiking maps. I'd seen no other vehicles at the access point, no signs of recent human activity on the trail. Nothing. The man was moving up the slope toward me, but something was wrong. His movements weren't right. It's hard to describe, but imagine someone being pulled along by invisible strings. His limbs moved independently of each other, not in that smooth, coordinated way humans normally walk. His head lolled and bobbed. Even from that distance, I could tell his gait was completely unnatural, like he was being manipulated by something else. Then he called out to me, "Hello there." The voice was friendly enough, but somehow hollow, with an odd echo quality that didn't make sense in the open air. He waved, but the motion was exaggerated, his arm swinging too far and his wrist bending at an impossible angle. "Nice to meet you," he called, followed by a laugh that made my skin crawl. It started normally, but degenerated into something that sounded like a scratched record repeating. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. Without even thinking, I unholstered my gun and held it at my side. I've encountered all kinds of people in the backcountry, from friendliest to sketchy, but this was different. This was wrong on a fundamental level. "Stay there," I shouted. "Don't come any closer." He kept coming, still with that unsettling, puppet-like walk. I could see him more clearly now. He was wearing what looked like normal hiking clothes, jeans, a light blue sweater, boots. He appeared to be in his 40s maybe, with short brown hair, but his face, his expression didn't change. The smile was fixed, too wide, too many teeth, and his eyes looked empty, like there was nothing behind them. "Beautiful day for a walk, isn't it?" he called out, his voice breaking strangely on certain syllables. His head tilted at an angle that should have been painful. I raised my gun. "I said stop. I'm armed." He kept coming, unfazed. That's when I noticed something else. His feet weren't always touching the ground. Sometimes when he took a step, his foot would hang in the air for a fraction too long before being placed down. It was like watching a glitchy animation of a person walking. When he was about 10 yards away, I fired a warning shot into the ground in front of him. The sound echoed through the trees. He stopped, but not like a person reacting to gunfire, more like a machine powering down. The movement just ceased. His arms hung at his sides. Then his head rotated, not turned, rotated, to look directly at me. The smile widened even further. "That wasn't very nice," he said, but the voice was different now, deeper, raspier, with a strange vibration to it. I lost it. I fired 5 or 6 rounds directly at his chest. I'm a good shot. I know I hit him, but there was no blood, no reaction of pain. He just stopped, swayed slightly, and then collapsed. But not like a person falls, more like a marionette whose strings had been cut. His limbs splayed out at impossible angles, joints bent backward, head twisted around. I stood frozen, guns still raised, waiting for, I don't know what. Movement, blood, some sign that what had just happened made any kind of sense. Then it moved again. The body began to twist and contort itself. The limbs bent and folded in ways human bones and muscles simply cannot. It was like watching a spider gather itself up after being knocked over. In seconds, it had reconfigured into something that only vaguely resembled a human shape. Then it scuttled, there's no other word for it, into the underbrush with a rapid pitter-patter sound, like many small feet moving quickly. I didn't wait around. I dropped my full pack right there on the trail, 60 pounds of expensive gear, abandoned without a second thought. I kept only my gun, water bottle, and GPS. Then I ran. I've never run so hard in my life. The 3-hour hike back to my car took me less than 90 minutes. As I ran, I kept hearing sounds behind me, skittering in the undergrowth, branches breaking, that awful laugh. Once, when I paused to catch my breath, I heard the voice again, drawn out and broken like a damaged recording. "Nice to meet you." I made it back to my car just as the sun was starting to set. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I drove straight through the night, stopping only for gas, constantly checking the rearview mirror. I never went back for my gear. I never hiked alone again. Actually, I never hiked at all after that. 6 months later, I moved out of Alaska altogether. About a year after it happened, I got drunk enough at a bar to mention something about weird experiences in that region to a local guide who worked with the native communities. He got real quiet and asked me exactly where I'd been. When I showed him on a map, his face changed. He told me the indigenous people consider that entire watershed spiritually dangerous. They have stories about it going back generations. They specifically warn about the waterways north of a certain ridge, exactly where I'd been headed, saying people who go there disappear or come back changed. He asked what I saw. I couldn't tell him, just said I got spooked by something and left my gear. He nodded like he understood anyway. I still don't know what that thing was. A skinwalker? Some kind of spirit? A hallucination brought on by isolation and wilderness? I've run through every rational explanation I can think of. Person with a neurological condition, someone playing a prank, my own mind playing tricks. But none of them explain what I saw. None of them explain how a human body could move that way, how it could take multiple direct hits and not bleed, how it could reconfigure itself and scuttle away like an insect. What haunts me most is the voice, that friendly greeting, that casual invitation to chat, like it was just another hiker on the trail. I think about what might have happened if I hadn't been carrying that day, if I'd responded normally, if I'd approached close enough to shake hands. I sometimes wonder if there are others out there, people who looked like normal hikers but came back wrong, came back as puppets, controlled by something else. I wonder if they're still wandering the trails, greeting solo hikers with too wide smiles and jerky movements, inviting them deeper into the wilderness. I don't hike anymore. I don't even like walking in city parks now. Sometimes when I see someone walking a little strangely in the distance, my heart starts pounding. I find myself watching their movements, looking for that telltale puppet-like gait, that too friendly wave. I've tried therapy. I've tried medication. I've tried convincing myself it wasn't real. But I know what I saw. And I know that somewhere in those remote Alaskan woods, something is still there. Something that wears human shapes but isn't human at all. Something that wants to meet you, greet you, and make you just like it. Story 17. I used to be one of those crazy people who got excited about Black Friday. The deals, the rush, the whole experience. I was all about it. But something happened back in 2007 that completely changed how I feel about it. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. My husband Michael and I had it all planned out. We were living in Oakwood at the time, this nice little suburban area with cookie-cutter homes and well-kept lawns. Nothing bad ever happened there. We were in our late 20s, no kids yet, and had just bought our first house. Money was tight, so Black Friday shopping seemed like the perfect way to get Christmas gifts without breaking the bank. The alarm went off at 4:30 in the morning. I remember being surprisingly alert despite the early hour. Michael was grumbling as we got ready, but I was practically bouncing with excitement. I'd studied the ads for weeks, created a detailed plan of which stores to hit and in what order. This was before online shopping really took over, so in-store deals were still the big thing. We hit a couple smaller stores first, Best Buy for a DVD player. Yeah, that was still a thing. And Target for some kitchen stuff. Everything went smoothly, though the crowds were already pretty thick. By the time we pulled into the Walmart parking lot, it was just after 5 in the morning. The place was absolute madness. The parking lot was a sea of cars, and we had to park way in the back, practically in another zip code. I remember being annoyed because it was freezing cold, and I was wearing this thin jacket that did absolutely nothing against the November chill. Michael kept saying we should just skip Walmart, but they had this ridiculous deal on a TV that we couldn't pass up. As soon as we walked through those automatic doors, I knew something was different about this store. The crowd wasn't just busy, it was chaotic. People were packed shoulder to shoulder, shopping carts jutting out at dangerous angles. The noise was deafening, a mix of Christmas music, screaming children, employee announcements, and hundreds of conversations all happening at once. We hadn't even made it past the front registers when a surge of people pushed between us. 1 second Michael was right beside me, and the next he was gone. I called his name, but my voice just disappeared into the noise. I stood on my tiptoes, trying to spot his red beanie in the crowd, but it was useless. People kept shoving past me, annoyed that I was standing still in the middle of the human traffic flow. I tried texting him, but got no response. After about 10 minutes of searching and getting increasingly anxious, I decided to head back outside where I could call him properly. The problem was, getting out was harder than getting in. The automatic doors were now a bottleneck of people trying to enter, and I had to physically push against the flow to exit. By the time I finally made it outside, I was sweating despite the cold and feeling slightly panicky. That's when I realized Michael had the car keys. Our car was parked all the way at the edge of the lot, and I had no way to get in. I tried calling him 3 times, but it went straight to voicemail. I figured his phone was buried in his pocket, and he couldn't hear it over the noise inside. So there I was, standing next to our locked car in the far corner of the parking lot. It was still dark out, with just the first hints of dawn starting to appear. The parking lot lights cast these weird, elongated shadows across the pavement. I remember hugging myself against the cold and thinking this was the stupidest tradition ever. After about 5 minutes of waiting and trying Michael's phone every minute or so, I started to notice how eerily quiet this section of the parking lot was. All the action was happening closer to the store entrance. Where I was standing, it was just rows of empty cars and silence. That's when I heard it, the rumble of an engine that needed serious work. I turned and saw this beat-up white Astro van from probably the early 90s, cruising slowly through the empty rows. Something about the way it was moving immediately put me on edge. It wasn't driving with purpose like someone looking for a parking spot. It was prowling. The van turned down my row and slowed to a crawl. I pretended to be busy on my phone, but I was watching it from the corner of my eye. When it pulled up alongside where I was standing, it stopped completely. The engine was still running, making this uneven rattling sound that somehow made everything more unsettling. The driver's window rolled down with a mechanical whir. The man inside looked to be in his 40s, with a scraggly goatee and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He was wearing a flannel jacket and had these weird yellowish teeth that showed when he smiled at me. "Need a ride somewhere, miss?" His voice was friendly enough, but something in his eyes made my skin crawl. "No thanks, I'm just waiting. For my husband," I said, deliberately emphasizing husband, and taking a small step back from the van. His expression changed then, just slightly. The smile stayed, but it didn't reach his eyes anymore. "No, I think you need a ride. Hop in." I shook my head and gripped my phone tighter, ready to dial 911. "I'm good, really." He leaned further out the window, and I noticed his neck had this faded tattoo that I couldn't quite make out. "Why are you out here all by yourself? It's not safe for a pretty lady to be alone in parking lots." That was it. All my internal alarms were blaring. I immediately started walking toward the store, not running yet, but moving quickly. "My husband is expecting me. I need to go." The van's engine revved, and to my horror, he started driving alongside me, keeping pace just a few feet away. "Come on now, don't be like that. I'm just trying to help. It's cold out here. Get in the van. I'll take you wherever you need to go." I didn't respond. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The store entrance seemed miles away. There were people there, safety in numbers, but I had to make it that far first. "Hey, I'm talking to you." His voice had lost all pretense of friendliness now. "What's your problem? I'm offering you a ride." I still didn't answer. My fingers were fumbling with my phone, trying to dial without looking down. The van sped up slightly and pulled ahead of me, then jerked to a stop, blocking my path. I had to walk around it, and as I passed the side door, I noticed it was dented and rusted, with what looked like scratch marks near the handle. By some miracle, I made it to the front of the store where other shoppers were still streaming in and out. The van couldn't follow me through the pedestrian area, but he didn't give up. He pulled into one of those no parking zones right along the curb in front of the store and cut the engine. I watched in disbelief as he actually got out of the van. He was taller than I expected, with a slight limp as he walked. He was staring right at me as he locked his van and started heading toward the entrance. I practically ran inside, pushing past annoyed shoppers. The crowd that had seemed so overwhelming before now felt like a protective shield. I frantically searched for Michael's red beanie, and by some miracle, I spotted him near the electronics section. He was actually on his way out, looking for me too. The relief I felt was overwhelming. I grabbed his arm so hard he winced. "Sarah, where were you? I've been looking everywhere." I cut him off, explaining in a rushed whisper what had happened. His face darkened as I described the man and the van. Without another word, we headed toward a different exit, keeping an eye out for the guy in the baseball cap. When we got outside, the white van was still there, parked illegally along the curb, but there was no sign of the driver. He had followed me into the store. The thought made me feel physically ill. Michael practically carried me to our car, looking over his shoulder the entire time. We drove straight to another shopping center about 20 minutes away, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see that white van following us. We never saw the van again. We never filed a police report. What would we even say? Some creepy guy offered me a ride? Nothing technically illegal happened, but I know in my gut that something terrible would have if I'd been alone just a few minutes longer. It's been years now, and I still can't do Black Friday shopping. Michael goes with our kids sometimes, but I stay home. I've never told them why. How do you explain to your children that there are monsters out there who don't look like monsters at all? Just regular people in beat-up vans, cruising parking lots at dawn, looking for someone alone and vulnerable. Sometimes I wonder if he found someone else that day. Someone who didn't have a husband coming to find them. Someone who might have gotten into that van, thinking it was safer than standing in the cold. I'll never know for sure what his intentions were, but the look in his eyes when I refused his help told me everything I needed to know. I didn't sleep right for months afterward. Even now, I can't stand in a parking lot alone without feeling exposed and watched. The worst part is knowing he's probably still out there, still driving that van, still cruising parking lots during busy shopping days, looking for someone standing alone. And I'm still here, jumping at the sound of old engines and avoiding empty parking lots like my life depends on it. Because for all I know, it does. Story 18. I can't believe I'm finally sitting down to write this. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I've been going back and forth about whether I should share this or just try to forget. But I can't sleep without checking my windows twice, and I jump at every little sound. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened that day in Whispering Pine Forest. It was just supposed to be a fun weekend camping trip. Nothing crazy or elaborate. Just me, Jeff, Nicole, and Charlotte blowing off some steam after midterms. Jeff had heard about this spot from his cousin, Whispering Pine Forest, about 2 hours from campus, bordered by these massive cornfields. It's perfect, he said. No permit needed, totally secluded, and supposedly really beautiful. Looking back, those words, totally secluded, should have been our first warning. We packed light since it was just an overnight thing. One tent, some sleeping bags, a cooler with beers, hot dogs, and stuff for s'mores. Classic camping stuff. We were all in good spirits on the drive there, playing our road trip playlist and talking about how nice it would be to spend a night under the stars away from assignments and deadlines. We arrived around 4 in the afternoon. The forest was dense, with tall pines stretching up like skeletal fingers against the sky. The trees were packed so close together that even though it was still daylight, the forest floor was already dark with shadows. But we were determined to have fun, so we hiked about half a mile in, found a small clearing, and set up camp. I remember thinking the place was eerily quiet. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. But I brushed it off, figuring it was just the time of day or something. Charlotte commented on it too, but Nicole just laughed and called us city kids. Nature doesn't perform on command, she said. We spent the late afternoon collecting firewood and setting up our campsite. Everything was fine until the sun started to set. That's when the atmosphere changed. It's hard to explain, but it was like the forest suddenly became aware of our presence. The silence deepened, became heavier somehow. Jeff got the fire going as darkness fell, and we sat around it, roasting hot dogs and passing around a bottle of whiskey someone had snuck into the cooler. We were telling ghost stories. Stupid ones. The kind you tell at sleepovers when you're kids. When Nicole suddenly stopped mid-sentence and asked, "Did you hear that?" We all froze, listening. At first, I didn't hear anything beyond the crackling of our fire. Then I caught it, a soft rustling sound, like something moving through the underbrush just beyond the reach of our firelight. Something big. Probably just a deer, Jeff said, but he didn't sound convinced. We tried to get back to our stories, but none of us could focus anymore. The rustling continued, circling our campsite. Sometimes it would stop for a few minutes, only to start again from a different direction. It was toying with us. Charlotte grabbed my arm, her nails digging in. "Look," she whispered, pointing toward the tree line. I squinted into the darkness. For a second, I didn't see anything. Then I caught a glimpse of movement, something shifting between the trees. It was too dark to make out a shape, just a darker patch of blackness moving where nothing should be moving. Jeff grabbed his flashlight and shone it toward where we were looking. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating pine needles, fallen branches, but whatever had been there had moved. "I don't like this," Nicole said, her voice tight. We huddled closer to the fire, trying to convince ourselves it was just our imaginations running wild. But the noises continued, and more than once, I swear I saw something dart just at the edge of my vision, always gone by the time I turned to look directly at it. Around 11, things escalated. We heard what sounded like a branch breaking, not the small snaps from before, but a loud crack that echoed through the clearing. It was close, too close. Jeff jumped up, shining his flashlight in the direction of the sound. That's when we saw it, or rather, saw them, eyes reflecting in the beam. 2 pinpricks of light, about 6 feet off the ground, unblinking. They were there for just a second before they disappeared. "Fuck this," Charlotte said, already on her feet. "I'm not staying here." None of us argued. We grabbed our phones, car keys, and wallets, leaving everything else behind. The tent, sleeping bags, cooler, all of it. We weren't thinking clearly. Panic had taken over. All we knew was that we needed to get away from whatever was watching us. We stumbled through the dark forest, guided only by the beams of our phone flashlights. I don't think any of us remembered exactly which way we had come from. The trees all looked the same, and the darkness between them seemed alive, shifting and moving. More than once I heard that rustling sound following us, keeping pace but staying just out of sight. We should have stuck to the direction we were going, but we kept changing course every time we heard something. Before long, we were completely lost. After what felt like hours of running, we broke through the tree line. But instead of the road where we'd parked, we were staring at an endless cornfield, the stalks swaying gently in the night breeze. "Where the hell are we?" Jeff panted, bending over with his hands on his knees. Nobody had an answer. We had 2 choices: go back into the forest or try to find our way through the cornfield. The forest felt like a death trap, so we chose the corn. Big mistake. The cornfield was like a maze, rows upon rows of tall stalks that all looked identical. The plants were dry and ready for harvest, their leaves scratching against our arms and faces as we pushed through. We stayed close together, forming a chain by holding on to each other's shirts, with Jeff in the lead. About halfway through the field, or at least what we hoped was halfway, Nicole stopped dead in her tracks, causing a chain reaction as we all bumped into each other. "What's wrong?" I whispered. She was shaking. "I heard someone walking parallel to us, just a few rows over." We all went silent, straining to hear, and there it was, the unmistakable sound of corn stalks rustling and breaking as something moved through them. Not following our exact path, but keeping pace with us, row by row. We ran. There's no other word for it. We flat out sprinted through that cornfield, no longer caring about staying together or going in a straight line. Corn stalks whipped at my face, cutting my cheeks and forehead. I could hear the others crashing through the plants nearby, and underneath it all, that other presence moving faster now, gaining on us. I broke through the edge of the field and nearly collapsed with relief when I saw our car sitting there on the dirt road. The others emerged seconds later, all of us gasping for breath. We piled into the car, and Jeff peeled out so fast he sprayed gravel everywhere. None of us spoke on the drive back to campus. We were too shaken, too exhausted. When we finally reached the dorms, Charlotte was the one who brought up what we were all thinking. Our stuff is still out there. We'd left behind at least $1,000 worth of camping gear, not to mention Nicole's dad's vintage cooler that he'd be furious about losing. We had to go back. So the next morning, after a sleepless night of jumping at every sound, we drove back out to Whispering Pine Forest. In the daylight, it didn't seem nearly as threatening. The trees were just trees, the shadows just shadows. We felt silly for being so scared the night before. "We probably just freaked ourselves out," Jeff said as we hiked back toward our campsite. "You know how it is. One person gets spooked, then everyone starts seeing things." We found our campsite easily enough. Everything was exactly as we'd left it. Tent still standing, cooler closed, sleeping bags laid out. Nothing had been disturbed. "See?" Nicole said, gesturing around. "Nothing to be afraid of." We started packing up our gear, joking about how we'd overreacted. The mood was lighter, relieved. Jeff even started teasing Charlotte about how she'd nearly wet herself when we heard that branch crack. "Oh, shut up," she laughed, throwing a pine cone at him. "You were just as scared." Jeff dodged the pine cone and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Marco!" he yelled, his voice echoing through the trees. We all laughed, but the laughter died in our throats when, from somewhere deep in the forest, a voice called back, "Polo!" We froze, staring at each other. The voice had been distant but clear, a high, reedy sound that didn't quite sound human. "Very funny," Nicole said, her voice shaking. "Which one of you ventriloquist freaks did that?" But we were all standing right there, looking at each other with wide eyes. "Marco," Jeff called again, his voice smaller this time. Silence stretched for several seconds. Then, "Polo?" The voice was closer now, coming from a different direction. "We need to go," I said, already gathering up whatever I could carry. But Jeff was curious now, moving toward the sound. "Hello?" he called. "Is someone there?" The voice didn't respond directly this time. Instead, we heard what sounded like laughter, faint and childlike, coming from deeper in the woods. Against my better judgment, we followed it. I don't know why we did that. Curiosity, stupidity, maybe some weird compulsion that none of us could fight? Whatever the reason, we left our half-packed gear and moved toward the sound, deeper into the forest than we'd gone before. After about 10 minutes of walking, we came to a clearing we hadn't seen the day before. In the center stood an old building. Not much more than a shack, really, with rotting wooden boards and a collapsed roof. Surrounding it was a rusted barbed wire fence, the posts marked with deep gouges that looked disturbingly like claw marks. Dark stains spotted the wooden boards of the shack, glistening weirdly in the sunlight, even though they looked old. "Hello?" Charlotte called out. "Is someone there?" No response. We approached the fence but didn't cross it. Something about those stains made my stomach turn. They could have been paint or tar, but they looked too much like dried blood for comfort. "Marco?" Jeff tried one more time, his voice barely above a whisper. Nothing. Just that heavy silence from the night before, like the forest was holding its breath. We searched around the perimeter of the fence, looking for any sign of another person, but found nothing definitive. Just a strange sense of being observed that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Let's get our stuff and go," Nicole said finally. "This place gives me the creeps." No one argued. We turned to head back to our campsite, and that's when I saw it. Just a blur of movement behind us, darting between the trees. It was too quick to make out clearly, but it was big, bigger than a person should be, and it moved in a way that didn't seem right. "Run!" I yelled, not caring if whatever it was heard me. We sprinted back through the forest toward our campsite, grabbed whatever gear we could carry in one quick sweep, and continued running all the way back to the car. We threw everything in the trunk and took off, tires squealing. I don't think any of us have slept well since. We've tried to research Whispering Pine Forest to see if there's any history that might explain what we experienced, but there's nothing. At least nothing we can find online. All I know is that something was out there, something that knew how to lure us deeper into its territory, something that wanted to play games. I still hear that voice sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, that high, unnatural polo. And I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed a little longer, if we'd crossed that rusted fence, if we'd kept playing its game. I don't think I want to know the answer,